Sure.
And we are on air. Scott, you ready? Okay. I call the 2,281st meeting of the Milwaukee City Council to order. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, our first item tonight is the special reports on the Christmas ships and a proclamation. If Dave Kaiser, please come.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members, staff, and the people of Milwaukee. I'm Dave Kaiser. I'm the Vice President of Christmas Ships this year. It's one of those organizations, if you go often enough, you get a job. We are honored to be with you and to be a part of your winter solstice event on the 15th of December. We think that, I believe, you are the only city that does this. So, and we travel through a couple of them up and down the river. I know that we passed by here on the 5th, 7th, 12th, 15th, or 14th, 15th, and the 19th. So there'll be plenty of opportunity for the citizens of Milwaukee to view the Christmas ships. And I know in the past, it seems to me, I remember a bonfire on the side of the river and a lot of cheering and a lot of clapping that goes on. I think it's weather dependent, but I was told that you're going to have a fairly large crowd show up.
Yes,
so.
Sir.
So we've been around since 1954. This is our 64th year, and we very much appreciate all that your city does in support of us. On the 15th and 16th this year, our focus is to support the Ronald McDonald House with an open house on the docks at River Place in downtown Portland. But we'll be spending some time in your neck of the woods quite often.
Good, thank you. Yeah, last year, just my rough guess was we might have had 2,000 people at the event last year. It was busy.
Yeah, I think so. I think we had a good night too. We had a rainless night, so whether or not that happens again or not kind of depends on things out of my control. But we'll be out there if we can be on the water.
But we'll see what we can do.
We did have one year where there was so much debris in the river, you didn't make it. We were all waiting, and we found out that you weren't coming.
But one of the, I mean, obviously, safety of the boats and the people on the river are of utmost importance. But unless there is just absolutely terrible conditions, we'll be here.
Yeah.
Cool.
Before the mayor reads the proclamation, can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Or maybe I'll just put it in the form of a request. So when you come and you end in Milwaukee, you always do loops. You know, you do two or three loops where the boats go around, which is great. On the night of the solstice, because you continue on to Lake Oswego, you just kind of come through and go on to Lake Oswego, and then you come back. And a lot of people, and it's an hour and a half before you come back, or 2 hours. A lot of people don't stick around as long, that long. So I was wondering if there's any chance that you would do a loop before you head on down to Lake Oswego.
I will certainly put that on the top of the list to talk to the president, who is leading the parade that night.
Okay.
And note your request, and I'm sure that we can accommodate it.
Great.
Cool.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Wonderful.
Santa will say, "Hello, Lisa."
All right. A proclamation from the City of Milwaukee. Whereas the Christmas Ships Parade is a 64-year-old tradition, and whereas the Christmas ships will sail to destinations on the Columbia and Willamette Rivers between November 30th and December 20th of 2018, and whereas the Christmas ships will sail to Milwaukee Bay on December 5th, 7th, 12th, 14th, 15th, and 19th this year, and whereas the City of Milwaukee's winter solstice and Christmas ships viewing event at Milwaukee Bay Park, featuring the Christmas ships combined Columbia and Willamette fleets as they sail to and from George Rogers Park in Lake Oswego, will be held on Saturday, December 15th. Now, therefore, I, Mark Gamba, Mayor of the City of Milwaukee, a municipal corporation in the County of Clackamas in the State of Oregon, do hereby proclaim November 30th through December 20th, 2018 as Christmas Ships Days in Milwaukee.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for being here and for all that joy.
Well,
you
we
guys
appreciate the invitation to join you folks.
And just so council knows, we have 10,000 people saying maybe coming to this event.
How many? 10?
10,000 people saying
have
maybe.
more hot dogs than we did last time.
And
We've
much
had that
more
discussion,
beer.
and we're working on that.
More beer, too.
I think that Llewellyn
More burning
neighborhood
barrels, more burning barrels.
usually does have somebody who's their shuttle runner to go get more hot dogs or more, they're, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Well, it's a regional amenity that we have.
Yes, it is.
Yes.
We should have a videographer out there filming how big the crowd is
Oh my
to talk to
gosh.
the county commissioners about
Then we can take it.
what a regional park that is.
Well, and at minimum, Hamid comes to all of our events,
Right.
and we'll talk to him about making sure.
Thank you very much.
Captures
Thank
the
you.
crowd. Thank you.
Thank you. Happy sailing.
All right, our next item is a public health assessment for Precision Castparts. It's a report. This will be kicked off by our Climate Action Sustainability Coordinator, Natalie Rogers.
And while she's setting up, Natalie, is this your first actual presentation to council? It's a big moment.
I know. So proud. Well, hi, everyone. I'm Natalie Rogers. I'm the new Climate Action Sustainability Coordinator for City of Milwaukee. I've met many of you, I think all of you. Peter's done a great job of taking me around. But I'm really excited to be in front of you guys today. And I'm very excited to introduce our two representatives from the Oregon Health Authority. There's Gabriela Goldfarb, and then there is Susanna Wagner here with us today. And they're going to be sharing some information about the public health assessment that was released by the Oregon Health Authority regarding the precision Castparts, air toxics, and contamination.
So good evening, Mary Gamba and members of the council. Thank you very much for having us. I will say you had an excellent staff report that I looked at that your new sustainability and climate lead prepared. So you have a lot of good information already. We'll be able to review that, and we're really here to answer questions. We do have a 20-minute presentation. We're happy to take questions along the way or save them for the end, whatever is convenient for all of you. I did want to take a minute just to kind of provide a little bit of, to introduce our agency and our role in evaluating environmental health risks. So OHA, the Oregon Health Authority, has a broad mission to help people and communities achieve physical, mental, and social well-being. And our work on environmental health issues sits within the Public Health Division at OHA, and where we have a big focus on prevention. So the work is broad. It ranges from planning for health effects of climate change, to reducing risks from radon exposure, to preventing childhood lead poisoning, to food safety, and more. But it also includes evaluating health risks associated with industrial sites or facilities, which is what we're focused on tonight.
So I think it's helpful to clarify how OHA and the Department of Environmental Quality work collaboratively and in complementary ways on these issues. So at a high level, environmental agencies like DEQ or the Environmental Protection Agency tell us at the Health Authority what is in the environment, in the land, the air, the water. And those agencies may regulate activities that result in pollution emissions. With a couple of exceptions, OHA's role is to interpret data that these agencies collect in terms of what it means for public health. So we are advisory. We analyze potential health risks based on data, and we make health-based recommendations when those are needed. The program within OHA that works with communities in Oregon to address health risks from industrial facilities or questions about health risks from industrial facilities or contaminated sites is our Environmental Health Assessment Program. It's a program that has been funded by the Federal Centers for Disease Control. We have grant funding from the federal government for about the past 15 years, and that helps us support folks like Susanna Wegner, who's one of our toxicologists, public health toxicologists, and she is the lead author of this report that we're here to discuss tonight on precision Castparts, and I'm going to turn it over to her to present the findings of that report. Again, we're very happy to answer questions that you may have at any point. So, thank you.
Great. Here, maybe. Thank you, Gabriella. So, again, I'm Susanna Wegner. And so tonight I have about a 20-minute presentation, and in that presentation I'm going to talk about, first I'm going to introduce what a public health assessment is, and then I'm going to talk about why we decided to conduct this public health assessment. I'm going to talk through the steps that we go through, the process that we use to perform a public health assessment, and then the findings of this specific assessment. And then finally, I'm going to touch a little bit on how this relates and doesn't relate to Cleaner Air Oregon. And then finally, I'm going to talk about the public comment process and how people can comment on the draft. So I want to start by describing what a public health assessment is. So a public health assessment, or PHA, is the process that Oregon Health Authority uses to answer questions about environmental health. And so to look at potential health risks from a specific site, we use the public health assessment process that was developed by our federal partners at the Agency for Toxic Substances and Disease Registry, which is part of CDC. And the central question that PHA process answers is, are contaminants in the environment at levels that harm health? And if so, what can be done to reduce exposures? And so we start with data on concentrations of chemicals in soil, air, and water, as well as information from the community about how people might come in contact with those exposures and what people's concerns are. And so the data and the information from the community are our inputs into the process. And then we evaluate that information with 4 key questions in mind. First, what are the contaminant levels? Second, how do people come in contact with those contaminants? What's their exposure? Third, could those exposures lead to illness? And fourth, are there relevant health data that might inform our process? And so once we complete that evaluation, we determine if the site poses a potential public health hazard, and where appropriate, we make recommendations to reduce health risks. And as part of that process, we take into consideration input from the community. So public health assessments are designed to answer questions about how much people might be exposed to, who might be exposed, and whether the chemicals in the environment are likely to harm health at expected levels of exposure. This type of assessment is not a community health study, and it does not evaluate health problems that exist in the community and look for correlations between exposures in the environment and health outcomes in the community.
So, why?
So, Exactly. I want to take a minute to kind of get into this because many people in the community have asked for that kind of study. And many communities that face these questions ask for exactly that kind of study. And it is a very important question. It's a valid question. And we would love to be able to pursue that kind of question. But unfortunately, small communities with relatively poorly characterized exposures for each individual are not conducive to that kind of study. So it's an important research question that we want to have epidemiologists pursue, but there are certain conditions that need to be met in order to perform a health study that can make meaningful conclusions about potential links between existing health problems and specific environmental exposures. So first, we would need to know more about how much of each specific chemical people are exposed to and for how long. And generally, we might know how much is in the air at a given moment, but we don't know how much exactly the people in this house are exposed to versus how much the people in the house 5 blocks away were exposed to. And that's not information that we can get retroactively, which is really the timing of exposure that's most important. Really the exposures that are most informative for health effects we're looking at are exposures that might have occurred 5 years ago. Second, we would need a large enough study population to be able to detect an effect if it's present. In this kind of an analysis, we are looking at increased cancer risks on the order of 20 excess cancers in a population of 1 million. And so when you have a population of 5,000 at a background cancer rate of 1 in 3 to 1 in 2, your ability to detect a statistically significant difference in that population is effectively non-existent. And so it might be that there is a statistically significant difference that we just don't have the power to detect in a population of that size.
So were you just making up numbers, or is 1 in 3 and 1 in 2 a standard? That's
standard. So it's 1 in 3 for women and 1 in 2 for men, roughly, is the sort of the standard background cancer rate in the population.
In which population? Just
but
humanity
nationally,
in general, Americans, Oregonians?
Americans, yeah.
Wow.
It's high. Over a lifetime. And third, we would need to know more about other risk factors that individual people in the population have for the specific disease. So we don't want to be in the position of doing a study like that, finding no association, and not being able to really know if that lack of an association is really because there's no association or because we just didn't have the power, the statistical power in our study to be able to actually detect an effect if it's present. And so in the absence of being able to have that kind of thing, we don't pursue a study along those lines. But public health assessments are a great tool for evaluating potential health risks without having to meet all of those conditions. And so that's what we really focused our efforts on. So what led us to perform a public health assessment for this community around PCC? Well, in some ways, I think the story starts in a place that's very familiar to many of you at this point. The U.S. Forest Service performed a study looking at metals in moss in Portland, and that happened because the Department of Environmental Quality for many years had been performing air monitoring around the city, and they noticed that the cadmium levels detected by the air monitors were much higher than the levels of cadmium that they would have expected based on what they knew about emissions from facilities. And so they worked in collaboration with the Forest Service to do this moss study and look at levels of metals in moss at different locations throughout the city. Now, and that study identified certain areas of the city where levels were higher than in other areas of the city. And some of the samples that had the highest levels of nickel were in the neighborhoods in the vicinity of PCC. There weren't any moss samples immediately around PCC, but the highest levels of nickel were detected in the communities that were closer to PCC. But levels of metals in moss don't tell us about what the levels of metals in air are and what the potential health risks might be. And so in response to the moss study, DEQ followed up, and they did air monitoring around the city, and that included air monitoring at 3 locations immediately around PCC at 3 different sides of the facility. And, you know, people in the neighborhood were understandably concerned about what all this means for public health. And many people had been concerned about potential health risks from PCC even before any of this monitoring happened. So South Portland Air Quality, which is a group that sort of created around a lot of these concerns, made a formal request to our agency to take a closer look at the potential health risks. And so we responded to that by performing a public health assessment, the process that I just described. So I'll start with a little background on PCC.
Can I just ask a clarifying question? You said the levels in the moss, the nickel levels in the moss don't equate to nickel levels in the air. And I get that moss has been on the trees for an unknown number of years and accumulating. But I guess I had heard, so we had Professor Donovan actually come speak to us, not on this, on something else.
Yeah. He hinted at this while he was here.
Did he?
Yeah.
And immediately after the whole moss study story broke, I know there was a pause while there was some checking of other tests that DEQ was going to do to sort of verify how reliable the moss was. And I thought the result of that was that the moss study tests were pretty darned reliable.
Yeah, so that's an important distinction. The follow-up studies that they've been doing have indicated that moss is a great predictor of what might be in the air, and they're continuing to develop the methods to use moss in the future as an indicator of what the air concentrations might be. But at the time the moss data was collected, we didn't know. It was the first time. That was a novel way of looking for contaminants in the environment, and we really didn't know what the moss data meant. So it's a really exciting method that probably can be used in the future, and as we study it more, we'll have a better sense of how moss levels relate to air pollution levels, but we still don't know exactly what it means for current and past air pollution exposure. So quick background on PCC, which is probably repetition for many of you. Precision Castparts, the facility in this neighborhood is known as PCC Structurals. It's the original location of Precision Castparts, and it's been operating since the 1950s. It uses a process known as investment casting to cast stainless steel and titanium parts for a wide range of applications like aircraft engines and medical devices. And on the map, you can see the facility sits right on the border between Multnomah County and Clackamas County and Portland and Milwaukee. Johnson Creek and Springwater Corridor Trail are just to the south. Errol Heights Park is just to the north, and there are plenty of homes and other businesses right in that area as well. So one of our first steps in conducting the public health assessment was to convene a community advisory committee made up of residents living near PCC. And we held a series of meetings with our community advisory committee early in the process to provide them some information about the process and to hear their questions and concerns so that we could make sure that the process answered their questions and concerns to the best of our ability, and to get their input on various assumptions that we're making in our assessment to make sure that the assumptions we're making are actually reflecting what's true on the ground in the community. And the committee input really helped us. It provided important background for us and made sure that we understood what some of the main concerns were, and also helped us to frame the assessment to make sure that we were really asking the right questions and making the right assumptions. And we heard from residents both on the committee and in other public forum that they were concerned about the air, but they were also concerned about potential contamination in other environmental media, so air, water, and soil in Johnson Creek. And so the public health assessment considered all of these potential pathways of exposure. We gathered all of the environmental sampling data that was available on water, soil, and air, and sediment in Johnson Creek, and crayfish in Johnson Creek. Most of this data came from Department of Environmental Quality. There was also some data available from PCC's consultant Landau Associates, and there was some data from the Moss study and some data from EPA's toxics release inventory. So all of that data we considered and tried to find ways to incorporate into our assessment.
The City of Milwaukee DW.
Drinking water.
Oh, drinking water.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Because they've done some amount of testing in the drinking water. So that we considered that to make sure that,
Very regular, very rigorous testing.
So once we compile all the available data, the first step in our analysis is to perform an initial screening step. So in this step, we compare the environmental data, the concentrations that are detected in air, water, soil, to health-based screening values. And these are values that are set by federal agencies like US EPA or CDC. And if contaminant levels exceed the screening values, then we consider it a contaminant of concern and move it forward in a more in-depth analysis in the assessment. So screening levels are designed to be particularly cautious. They assume a worst-case scenario in which people are exposed continuously for a lifetime. And if data are below those screening values, we can be confident that based on our current understanding of that chemical, it's unlikely that it poses a health risk. So in this assessment, we identified several chemicals that exceeded screening levels for air and for sediment. So we identified arsenic, cadmium, chromium, and nickel in air, and nickel, PCBs, and PAHs, so polychlorinated biphenyls and polyaromatic hydrocarbons in the Johnson Creek sediment. And so those chemicals of concern that we identified in the screening step then moved forward in our process in a more in-depth risk calculation, which I'll describe in the next slide. So once we identified chemicals of concern in our screening step, we performed the more in-depth risk calculation. And in general terms, we calculate potential health risks by considering information about potential exposures to each chemical, as well as potential hazard or toxicity of each chemical. And we use that information to calculate both cancer and non-cancer health risks. And we think about cancer risk and all other types of health risks a little bit differently. So we quantify and describe those risks differently in this report and in all other assessments. So in this health assessment, it's also important to understand that we considered the health risks cumulatively across all chemicals instead of considering each chemical separately. So that means that cancer risk calculations include the cumulative additive cancer risk across all chemicals, and our conclusions reflect that cumulative consideration. So up to now, I've been speaking mostly about the process we've used in our health assessment, and the next few slides I'm going to move into the findings of the assessment. So starting with air, based on our evaluation of currently available science and the scientific monitor and the environmental monitoring data, we concluded that the measured concentrations of metals detected in air in 2016 and 2017 by DEQ were not likely to harm health. Unfortunately, we don't have monitoring data prior to that, and so we can't go back in time and do monitoring and have a better understanding of what historical exposures might have been. And because of that, we can't make definitive conclusions about what some of the past risks from exposure in air may have been. Moving on to soil. None of the soil concentrations detected by DEQ exceeded any of our health-based screening levels, and so we concluded that metal concentrations detected in soil in the area are not likely to harm health.
So you're not talking about sediments of Johnson Creek.
This is a soil, like garden soil and
neighboring properties. Okay.
Exactly. So they took samples close to the facility as well as a little further away. They made a point of taking some samples from the community garden area too, just because a lot of people were concerned about that.
Which is an example of the kind of input that we got from the Community Advisory Committee that helps us, helped us at the time. Well, actually, I'm sorry, that was separate. That was
a little earlier, but it's
right,
the same kind of process.
Yeah.
And then Johnson Creek, based on monitoring data from the portion of Johnson Creek near PCC, we concluded that chemicals in surface water and sediment in Johnson Creek are not likely to harm health of people who occasionally come in contact with the stream through either restoration work or wading or swimming or playing around in the creek. We also looked at the concentrations of PCBs and metals that DEQ detected in crayfish, because there was some concern that the people do occasionally eat crayfish out of the creek. And we calculated, based on those concentrations, that people could safely eat up to 5 meals of crayfish each month from Johnson Creek, should they choose to, without...
Go ahead, finish.
Sorry. So they could eat 5 meals of crayfish from Johnson Creek without sort of getting to a level that would be a concern for health.
What would be considered a meal of crayfish?
I think it's five.
Here it must be 8 ounces.
I think
a
it's
meal.
yeah.
5
well, I think it's 5 meals ends up being 40 ounces total. Yeah.
That'd be a lot.
Yeah, it is a lot.
And is the norm somewhere that had the cleanest streams in the world, you could eat all the crayfish you wanted, or is there something? Because that's to me a little scary to say, well, this is okay, but in concentrations that are limited.
So what we did is we used the process that we typically use for fish advisories, which is to look at what's the actual levels of different contaminants that are detected in the fish, and to calculate the most meaningful information we can provide is how many can you eat until you get to the point where we would caution you to not get exposed to that high level. And so this is saying, like, you can get, before you reach a level where we would even begin to have a concern, you could eat up to that much.
Because they're contaminated.
Right. So, because you would find contamination probably in any fish.
It's not unusual. I guess that's what I'm trying to
it's tricky because almost everything has some level of contamination, unfortunately. And so it really is just a question of how do you balance that information with the need to.
Could you, do you have a comparable number like fish on the Willamette? So how many fish on the Willamette could you eat before you would get to this point?
Yeah, Dave would be better at that. So, the thing is that the Willamette actually has a fish advisory. So I don't know that that's a great comparison, just because.
But it is where our community is, so I think that if you're
So we have fish advisories for the Willamette River that depend on the species. So there are some species that are bottom dwelling and are more exposed to the bottom sediments would be of concern. For example, migratory fish like salmon are not a concern. We don't have any meal recommendations for those, but there's some that
like sturgeon. We have sturgeon here in our area,
right?
So they would be.
We don't have one yet. We actually are going to be working on one in 2019 for sturgeon. I don't think we have.
That'll
one
be very
right now
interesting because they've been in the river for a very long time.
Yeah. And so we can circle back with that information, or if you Google Oregon Health Authority fish advisories, you can get to that page, and you'll see for the Willamette and for other water bodies what we recommend for different species and for different populations. For example, pregnant women we have lower amounts, 0 often, for many of the fish in the Willamette. One thing that we do that is sometimes different than what an environmental agency does is that we also take into consideration the health benefits of eating fish. It's especially for some of the populations that rely on it. It's an important source of protein, and it has benefits, a lot of cardiovascular benefits, and so we actually, in our advisories, we take that into consideration as well.
So, to beat this horse a little further, I was curious when I read this about your process for testing for the metals. Do you literally take crayfish and drop them into a blender and then take the
that's not so far off.
It isn't so far off, actually.
So DEQ does the actual testing, so I'm not.
And EPA, those are, the environmental agencies, I mean, in general, for fish consumption. So we don't do that type of analysis. They provide us the data, and then we do the interpretation of what
But I guess the question
But the blender method is close.
Organ meat and, where the places where the toxins are typically stored, which on crayfish is actually an interesting question because of the way a lot of people eat crayfish, right?
Yeah.
So DEQ has done, Mary Gamba, DEQ has done analysis multiple ways in different places to try to approximate how people actually eat whether it's shellfish or fish. It depends on the study. But for example, I know of one on the coast where they originally just put everything in the blender and came up with some concerning numbers, and then they did retesting just on the parts that people eat. And in our advisories we say, take out the viscera and other things, and to make sure that you're being as protective as possible. So it's a mix, and that information gets reflected in our advisories.
Okay.
So there's one other note that I'd like to make here while we're talking about Johnson Creek. This didn't really get too much focus on in our assessment, because our assessment focused on risks from metals and chemicals. But DEQ has measured very high levels of bacteria at different points in the creek. And so it's just worth noting that levels of bacteria are high. It's wise to be cautious, as you would in any urban stream when you come in contact with it. Just like, it's not a great idea to get the water. So, but just because we're saying like, well, you could probably come in contact with the creek and be okay, it's also a good idea to be cautious around the creek because there's high levels of bacteria. So don't let the water get in your mouth.
You mean fecal?
Yeah, E. coli.
Okay. Yeah,
It still carried a lot. Johnson Creek, so there's a lot of E. coli.
So
I made it here. Do we have to sign up to get our 3 minutes tonight?
Yeah, fill out one of these forms, and later when these ladies are done, they're out on the table out there.
I thank you for helping me expose the problem with precision Castparts and introducing me to the people when Aaron Brockovich was in town. You helped quite a bit.
So I'd like to also acknowledge some of the uncertainties and data gaps that exist around these conclusions in our assessment. Just like any scientific process, there are uncertainties and data gaps. So there's some uncertainty around the toxicity information that we rely on from authoritative sources like EPA. Because of the nature of science, our understanding of the toxicity of chemicals is constantly evolving as we learn more things. So, we have made these conclusions based on our current understanding of the toxicity of the chemicals that we're evaluating. There's also some uncertainty around potential health risks to sensitive populations. We account for that type of sensitivity and susceptibility as well as we can based on the current information that we have. We make adjustments to try to arrive at conclusions that are protective of the most sensitive populations, but it's always possible that we don't fully understand the extent to which people with genetic variations or people at different life stages and children or the elderly or people with pre-existing conditions may have additional susceptibilities that we don't fully appreciate. There's also potential uncertainty around the level of exposures that people have. Our analysis is focused on environmental monitoring data, but it's possible that monitoring data may not have been fully representative of ongoing exposures. And as I mentioned before, we only have monitoring data from 2016 and 2017, so we can't really extrapolate back to the past because we don't know what past exposures might have been like. And it's also worth noting that we only have information for a subset of chemicals. We really focused on metals in the air monitoring, and so we can't speak to other potential pollutants that may be in air emissions in this assessment. And finally, we can't make definitive conclusions about the sources of contamination. You know, we focus on evaluating risks based on the concentrations of chemicals that were detected in air, water, and soil, and we don't always know exactly what the source of each of those was. So it's just an important thing to keep in mind. So I'm going to switch gears for just a minute now to explain how this public health assessment fits into the bigger picture. I think many people who are concerned about air quality in our state have been following the Cleaner Air Oregon rulemaking process. And at the beginning of this presentation, I described the Moss study that prompted the air monitoring, which serves as the basis for this assessment. And as many of you know, that Moss study also prompted the initiative called Cleaner Air Oregon. So Governor Brown directed the Department of Environmental Quality and Oregon Health Authority to collaborate and design a new program to close regulatory gaps for industrial air emissions. And the Environmental Quality Commission that oversees DEQ just adopted that program November 15th at their November 15th meeting. And that new program will require facilities to report their emissions. It will require evaluation of the health risks from those emissions. And if levels of emissions exceed action levels, there will be regulatory requirements to reduce emissions and protect health.
But all of those are based on reported, not monitored.
Right. And so I'm bringing this up at the risk of being confusing, because we're releasing the findings of this assessment so close to the timing of Cleaner Air Oregon. I feel like there's a lot of, people have both things in mind, and I just want to be incredibly clear that they are completely separate. So the process that we use to evaluate health risk in Cleaner Air Oregon may be will be different from the process that we used to evaluate potential health risks in this assessment. So Cleaner Air Oregon will use different sources of data to conduct its assessment. It will look at a broader set of emissions, and it will make different types of assumptions. And so that means that the findings of this assessment do not necessarily predict whether PCC will be called into the program, or whether Cleaner Air Oregon risk assessments will find that there are levels of risk that require risk reduction from the facility. So I just want to sort of make it very clear that these are separate processes.
Mayor Gamba and Council, just a little expanded response to your question about monitoring. The rules don't require monitoring as a first step. There are some tests that at higher levels of risk evaluation could require stack testing, source testing, and there is an option for monitoring that facilities can pursue as opposed to modeling based on information, data about their processes and inputs and things like that. So, but as a going concern, it's not about setting monitors out that's not the foundation of the program.
Am I recalling correctly that it more or less did not get funded even remotely to the level that the governor asked for?
Actually, the 2018 legislature provided funding to finish development of the program in this second year of the biennia, and also fee authorization to levy fees that are going to cover costs for 11 staff at DEQ, new staff at DEQ, and cover costs for about 2.5 people at the Oregon Health Authority to support DEQ's work.
But as to monitoring, she also had an ask, and maybe that was the year before, but I remember there was a big ask on buying more monitoring equipment. But do I understand, did I hear correctly that PCC is actually funding some ongoing monitoring? No?
So, we don't have information about that. I think that I don't know if there are citizens in the room who know. I know that there were some conversations a year ago or so.
Longer than that, yeah.
Yeah.
With Senator Taylor.
It was actually supposed to, we were supposed to be in partnership on that, and it never materialized, and I don't remember.
The
exactly.
nonprofit decided not to pursue the agreement, but I do believe that PC Castparts did additional research, did additional monitoring, and we actually have an individual here tonight from from Castparts, if you would like to bring them up for a minute.
Okay.
Great. So I just have one more slide just to tell you about the public comment process. This is a draft assessment, and we are looking for public input. We're particularly looking for feedback that can influence the final report, such as information that we might not have considered, or feedback on whether the assumptions that we've made in our assessment are accurate, or if they need some adjustment. The report is available online. It's also available in a print copy at the Woodstock Library. And people can submit comments by email or voicemail or by mail and actually, if anyone in the audience wants, I have little sheets on how you can submit comments. The public comment period ends January 15th, and I'd be happy to take any other questions that you have.
I had one question. You may have already said it, but what was the radius from PCC that the testing occurred? How far out did you go?
So the air monitoring was done pretty much right at the border, like right at the edges of the facility, and you know, the assessment itself, we didn't draw a specific radius to say like these people get included in our assessment and these people are not. We did the assessment based on the concentrations that were detected at those monitors, and used those as sort of an upper estimate of what people might be exposed to in the area. And it's also, I guess, worth noting that Portland State University did some additional monitoring that looked a little further afield. They set up monitors in people's backyards in the neighborhood, and also did not detect higher levels of metals. So
this was after the bag house was put in, right?
Mm-hmm.
That program.
Yeah. Most of the monitoring was done after that.
And what about the soil testing?
So those.
Huh?
It was within 1 mile.
Yeah. I didn't remember that, but you read it so thoroughly. So they tested both pretty close to the facility and a little further away. So.
All right. And I don't know if you know the answer to this, but did it show a drop in the levels the further you went out, or was it statistically the same whether you were right next to it or a mile away?
I think that DEQ has looked at this, and I need to take a closer look at it again to answer that accurately, but we can take a look.
So something that caught my eye in this report, it's on page 28 of your report. It's about trichloroethylene.
Oh, yeah.
And it said that it's been detected in the groundwater monitoring wells operated by PCC under the voluntary cleanup agreement with DEQ.
Yeah.
But DEQ has concluded that the plume is not currently at risk of contaminating nearby registered wells or drinking water. All neighboring residents are on public water systems, though it is conceivable that some residents also use unregistered wells, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
We clean trichloroethylene out of 5 of our wells, 4, 5 of our wells.
You mean the city of Milwaukee drinking water?
Milwaukee.
Yeah.
Right, so we successfully clean it. The water that we provide to people is safe.
Yeah.
However, we have to clean it.
Right.
And it's groundwater. It should be perfect, right? That doesn't jibe for me. I mean, they're saying that it's not reached, the plume has not reached any wells, and yet we're cleaning it out of our water. So I'm assuming it has hit our wells.
So my understanding, I confess that I think this is a question more for the DEQ cleanup program that's taken a really close look at this. But my understanding is that that's well, I guess I didn't know that there was necessarily a direct link between the plume, that plume, and the... I guess I don't know the answer to your question.
Yeah, we'll have to circle back. We'll
to...
refer it to the to DEQ and ask them to follow up with you.
Yeah, that would be great.
Yeah.
And should we have the contact you?
That'd be great.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. I feel like I had a couple other questions. As a general question, sort of, and not to seem too personal, but I want to paint the picture of the most vulnerable possible person. If you were a pregnant mom, would you comfortably live within 3 blocks of BCC?
I think this is a somewhat complicated question. I'm going to answer it, but I first kind of want to preface it with the fact that I think that different people have different comfort levels with risk, and that my comfort level with risk is a little bit irrelevant for other people. I'm just trying to be clear. I think that you're asking a scientist what in the end is actually not a really a science question. It's more like a how risk averse are you question.
Well, I'm not measuring psychological.
Yeah. Well, I know, but I just want to be clear.
Is somebody who has the maximum amount of knowledge.
Right.
Right. And
yeah.
is a human being that
right.
whose health could be affected.
I would live in the area. I also, full disclosure, live half a block from I-5, which is also not great for one's health.
Worse, actually.
So, I take it with a grain of salt, maybe. I don't.
Okay. So you had said, and in the report I gathered, but I wanted to make it crystal clear. So taking the combined effects of soil, water, air, all the different chemicals at play, all the different metals, whatever, there is still no significant health risk.
So there's, if you look at the way the conclusions are, it's, we calculate a level of health risk. We calculate a level of cancer risk from each of those. And again, it's, there's not a bright line on what constitutes something that's a concern or not a concern. But the levels that we've identified are all below what we consider a public health concern. And so yes, together, those different kinds of exposures do not constitute a substantial health risk.
Yeah, keeping in mind that we were looking just at a very narrow set of chemicals and data just from a couple of years in terms of the air, a little bit more for
right. So going forward, it's hard to know, going back, what if you've lived here for 70 years.
Right, exactly.
Right.
And we, like Gabrielle is saying, it's cumulative, but only to the extent that we considered chemicals that we're monitored for. We can't tell you about the health risks of things that we don't have monitoring data for.
And I think you answered this too, but I wanted to be really clear. And maybe it's a more broad question. Is any organization, any state department monitoring clusters, monitoring health? Like, if all of a sudden there's 50 spleen cancers that occur within, a quarter-mile radius of something, is anybody paying attention to that, or is that just data that's...
So Oregon Health Authority has a cancer registry. Clusters are notoriously difficult to detect, I will say. Typically, the cancer registry is used in more for making broader statewide types of evaluations. it's conceivable that it can be used to identify clusters, but it's often very tricky to use that type of data to identify a cluster.
Well, and I will say actually that one of the main purposes of the Cancer Registry is to connect researchers with people who have those health conditions so that they can participate in studies. That's actually one of the main motivations for having that Cancer Registry. So it was created for that purpose. Incidentally, it can be, but as Susanna was saying, it's very hard. Also because generally you're talking about small populations, and that kind of information is something that's used on a large scale by epidemiologists to talk about what's happening in the country as a whole, but it's hard to kind of answer those questions like people have about, can you look at us and tell us what our health situations are and draw a line to this exposure. And so for a lot of the same questions, a lot of the same reasons, it's hard to identify clusters.
So could somebody say, could you look at your mapping of the cancer and see, oh, everything within a mile of PCC is higher than the rest of, the metro area or the rest of, what's surrounding it?
So probably I would really want to have somebody from that program answer. We're environmental health, and while we work with those colleagues, we don't really have they're
Is that
in
a
a better
public
position.
Document, that cancer mapping?
No, it's not.
It's health sensitive data, so you can't. It kind of gets back to the conversation we were having earlier about the fact that this isn't a health study. It's really because the population around PCC there are about 5,000 people that live within a half mile of PCC. And if we're talking about an increased cancer risk of 20 in a million, which is kind of the order of magnitude that we're talking about, it's really, really statistically almost impossible to detect any increase above the background of 30% of people having or more having a lifetime cancer risk.
It ends up being a fifth of an extra person or something. Don't quote me on that number, but how do you measure that?
So that's not to say that it's not significant. It's just to say that it's not mathematically detectable in a way that we can really nail down.
But is somebody looking at, I get that point about cancer as a collective thing, but is there, if there's a sudden, like around, what was it called? Was the glass?
Bullseye
glass or somewhere. If there's, like spleen cancer, or if there are bubbles of population in one area with a certain kind of cancer that seems at odds with everything else. Is somebody looking at that data?
That was basically the question I asked.
It's
same.
I would say not in a systematic way, but when there are concerns from a community, then sometimes that cancer registry will look at those. But there's also a lot of chemicals that have non-cancer effects, and many of those may not be things that are reportable conditions. So, for example, miscarriages. That's something that a lot of chemicals can cause those kinds of reproductive health effects, but those are not reported. They're very common, and they're caused by a wide variety of many reasons. So if that incidence was happening, an analysis like this, based on research that's been done in the lab, often with animals, sometimes from human or occupational exposure, we can say, we have evidence that there is a risk above a certain level without having to see it, in the population. And that's really what we want to do. We want to be able to know that we're at levels that are protective. We don't want to wait until we're seeing it in the population. Right. And so that's really the power of this type of public health assessment.
And I imagine today, because everyone's so transitory anyway, it doesn't seem like people stay in the same house for 50 years anymore.
Right.
It must be
for cancer impossible. That makes it almost impossible because your cancer risk is based on so many factors, and it's often based on things you were exposed to 10 years ago or in your mother's womb, and therefore it's really hard to know. It's hard to follow those people along with their exposures and track them.
Can I ask, this has nothing to do with this report or precision Castparts, but since you're scientists, we have a different chemical coming out of a different industrial user in the town that we hear about called polystyrene.
Uh-huh.
What are the risks from polystyrene?
I got the same question last time I was here. But so you asked about styrene specifically. I guess I don't know just polystyrene versus styrene, but styrene in general, it has cognitive effects. Is kind of the main thing. There's potentially some cancer risk.
Are you talking about physical contact or airborne contact or both?
Airborne inhalation and airborne contact has cognitive effects in workers. I mean, that's sort of where most of the information on it, or a lot of the information on it, comes from. But I don't know. I mean, it depends on how much you're exposed to and the context.
Sure.
Okay.
There's an ATSR fact sheet.
Yeah, there's a wider range of health risks than that. That's just sort of what sticks in my mind. So if you'd like, we could share some
That'd be great.
Fact sheets.
That'd be great.
Anybody else? Anything else? And is there a desire to have the representative from PCC? Does somebody have a question that they wanted to follow up?
I didn't have a
If he's
specific question.
if he's here to give us an update
I
on
don't think he
monitoring.
necessarily was,
He's
but
not. Okay.
we could ask him that question, or we could get it later.
I also just want to make sure before we open up the public comment, just as a reminder that our public comment is not actually the health department's public comment. And so making sure that if you make a comment here tonight for us, it does not actually go into the report. Please make sure that you make comments directly to this team. And they have that contact information posted.
And
They
here.
have
She has
forms you can
flyers.
fill out
Yeah.
right
Thank you,
here, right
everyone.
now. All right, well, thank you both
Thank you.
very
Okay,
much.
thank you.
Appreciate it.
Should we close out? Don't close it here. I'll just,
Only of the
Just the
one.
one, really.
we'll leave it up. We'll leave it up.
So I just have one card from somebody that wants to talk about this particular subject. If anybody else wants to, please fill out a card. Steve Myers.
Well, thank you for notifying me of this meeting, and I wish you would have had more time to talk. Because I used to work at Precision Castparts. And is one of your well systems right near Precision Castparts between 52nd and Harney and the old Philco Ford plant building?
No. Can you, before you get started, please state your name and address for the record?
Okay, Stephen Myers, 10155 Southeast Libby Street, Portland, Oregon, 97266. But I was working at Precision Castparts when they found out they polluted the well water of the city of Milwaukee, and it also had ethylene glycol in it, tetylene glychloride, Yates wax with arsenic, and a bunch of other toxins. And when they found out, because they used ethylene glycol to cut the rough castings after they cut them off with the torch, when they found out the well water was polluted, Mark Donegan had them disconnect the drinking fountains electrically and the water and brought in bottled water. But a bunch of that stuff leaches down through the ground and into Johnson Creek and into the well water.
Wait, Lisa asked what year that was?
It was in the 80s. And then also you asked if anybody's done a study on the pollutions and the toxins on companies there. Yes, the USGS Geological Survey Science Department, it's downtown. If you contact them, they've done studies at all the plants along Johnson Creek and Kellogg Creek, and they all dump into the same thing and go down into the Willamette, down into the Columbia and out to the ocean. They've done studies on all types of poisons and toxins and all the stuff on Precision Castparts, and they know exactly what's in there, how far inland it's gone, how far the stream it's gone, and how far the air, and then they turn it over to the EPA and DEQ. Aaron Brockovich is the one that told me where to look for that stuff. And I called the people downtown, and they'll give you the science departments downtown, they'll give you a copy of it for free.
Did you have, thank you for answering our question. Did you have anything that you wanted to say?
Oh, yes, but see, Precision Castparts is not really a good company. See, and I started out in titanium in the first meetings here. I didn't know about it till 20 minutes ahead of time. Dan Tilkin's a friend of mine. He used to be at Channel 2, and then they moved him to Channel 6 as a main anchor, and he's also an investigative reporter. And he knows what happened to me when I worked at Precision Castparts, and he didn't think Channel 6 would let me cover it. And Carla Costanza was also an investigative reporter, but she was the executive producer of that story, and she gave him permission to do my story and even present it at a workers' comp hearing where I had my case reopened when the Centers for Disease Control, NIOSH, the chemists and scientists there that created the law, and their neurologists and toxicologists, and Kathy Kirkland at the American Association of Occupational Clinics called me just at days before I called them, because this company got wrote up for not posting material safety data sheets as required by law. And they had a fire, and their fire alarm didn't work, and I'd been working in a walk-in sandblast booth for 13 months, covering day and swing shift, and they finally brought a guy in on a Friday to train him to work graveyard, and his machine would not let him work, and I wasn't training him. I said, since I've worked here, I said, this is a $1 billion corporation, all they care about is the next part. And then I said, enjoy your break. And then shortly before he returned the fourth time, my respirator filled up with a cloud, and the guy that trained me, there's a sandblast hose the size of a fire hose with a brass tip on it, bouncing this aluminum D-zirconium, which I found out the key ingredient was ceramic glass made by Satan Nort Gobain. And all they gave you was a pair of cotton coveralls to wear that you duct taped the buttons shut and taped it around the boots. Then they had this respirator they stored inside the machine, which is against the law, because the airborne contaminants that it's supposed to protect you from linger in the air for 2.5 hours. And then they altered the NIOSH hose connection, which alters it too. So anyway, the guy that trained me told me if that hose blew, and I went up there, bid on the job as a grinder, and nobody wanted to work in that machine because it's a dirty job. And they just left me in there. I used to be a certified auto mechanic, so next thing you know, I'm working on the machine and ordering all the parts from the billiard company. So this guy that, I never had respirator training either, and this guy that trained me told me if that air hose blew, it could back into this billiard 41 air pot, number 41 canister. And they claimed they were getting grade D breathable air off it. And from the billiard company, a disclaimer on it, its only purpose was reduce moisture, will not make grade D breathable air according to the American Gas Association, will not remove toxins, chemicals, and remove odors. And they claimed that's what they were getting grade D breathable air off. And they said it won't work when it's wet and floated with moisture. So I thought that no fire alarm, and my machine should have shut off like the guy from the temper agency. I didn't know his name till later. So all of a sudden my respirator filled out with a cloud. You had to set the machine off, wait for the dust to settle. I set it on the table. Next thing you know, black smoke's just billowing out of it. And I took my gloves off and wiped my face, covered with black soot. I had no idea what it was. And I'm backing up to the door, and you had to go up 2 steps to get into it. I didn't even know this guy's name. He opened the door. I told him, well, look at this. And he says, you know what, Steve? I can hear helicopters. You mind if I peek out the back door? And this was breaking news on TV. It was even covered in Montana. He comes back in the side. You know what he tells me? And I didn't even know his name. He said, you're not going to believe this, Stephen, but there's a fire helicopter in the air, 3 news helicopters, a whole row of emergency vehicles, and everybody's standing outside talking about a fire. And that whole plant that didn't have an emergency exit like that inside the building in your room, and battery backup lights, and emergency exit on the outside, it was locked. The fire department didn't even know we were in there. And when this compressor totally engulfed in flames, the air intake for the building was less than 20 feet from it, and smoke was rolling out of every orifice.
Mr. Myers.
So after he comes back in, he opens the roll-up door. You couldn't even see your own hand. Couldn't even see your own hand.
You've gone well over your 3 minutes. I'm sorry.
But I've got a list of all the stuff this company uses because I was gifted with the material safety data sheets. And my first complaint about what they did at the fire,
Mr. Myers, please
They had the 6 top executives of Precision Castparts there, and their own industrial hygienists, their maintenance supervisors, HR manager over safety, Rick Tilton, the safety cross because of the nature of my complaint. And their industrial hygienists, when they found out they hooked up a diesel power compressor to your respirator out of the fire, told them they were lucky they didn't kill somebody.
Mr. Myers, please, I really have to ask you to stop.
You know, they filled my lungs up with diesel fuel. All the doctors told me it was a miracle I was alive. And then they send you to occupational clinic for a fitness for duty exam, and there was no occupational doctor. I seen somebody from Willamette Falls. They documented my story. I was diagnosed with chemically induced bronchitis, treated for a toxic chemical exposure for a year, and this company admitted it all happened during the normal scope and presence of my employment with them. And then it progressed to a really rare occupational disease. But you know what?
Mr. Myers.
I ended up with lung disease, heart disease, chemically induced diabetes. When they took me to the hospital, I was pissing 72,000 ketones of blood sugar past my kidneys and bladder directly into my urine. And then they rush you up to OSSU and hook you up to insulin, said referred by unknown doctor for elevated ketones greater than 1,000. I shouldn't have lived through any of it. And I ended up with heart disease. They filled my prostate up with metal dust. Next thing you know, I'm a chemically induced diabetic that's got to take insulin. Undiagnosed, unspecified, undetermined.
Mr. Myers, please, you need to stop. We have a long meeting to go through. Please stop.
But I know more about this company than they know.
Thank you.
See, and Erin Brockovich has dyslexia, and so do I, and that's why she could remember when they made that movie about her, 650 people's names, addresses, phone numbers, and stuff off the doctor. I have it too. But they cooked half of my brain. That's right. And then when they, Centers for Disease Control,
we take a 5-minute break.
Sent me in to prove they gave you a really rare occupational disease called organic solvent-induced encephalopathy with no cure for it. The brain MRI also showed I had cerebral vascular disease of the brain, small vessel ischemia disease of the brain. So many areas on one side of my brain not typical of a whole bunch of things, including multiple sclerosis, but typical as headaches, migraines, and blackouts. Showed I had greater than 9 blood vessels pop in my head without getting in the head by
So we are back. Sorry for all that. Next up, we have the...
Oh, yeah, we have to wait for Wilda.
Yes,
She
we
made
do.
us stop. She's coming.
That's after it. And you have the one follow-up. Is that what Vince is going to talk about?
He's talking about Milwaukee work.
I gotta fix my blanket real quick.
Well, we did get Davey to turn the heat up, so maybe it won't be so cold. Wilda's got a blanket. That's how it goes up here.
Actually. Yeah, I keep putting my hands on.
I've got like 3 layers of wool on. You know, it's cold.
Okay. Are we ready? Are we back up? Okay. On tonight's consent agenda, we have the council meeting minutes of the November 6, 2018 regular session, a resolution certifying the results of the November 6, 2018 general election, a resolution revising the existing city manager's employment agreement. Does anyone wish to remove an item from the consent agenda?
No. No.
No.
Then I would entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
I would so move.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the consent agenda. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None heard. It passes unanimously. Audience participation. This is the part of the agenda during which council will hear citizens' statements regarding city business. Those wishing to speak must fill out the yellow speaker registration card available on the table in the hall and identify agenda item number 4, audience participation. As council has other business items on the agenda this evening, speakers will be limited to 3 minutes each. Because the information provided during the public comment may be new to some councilors, the city manager will respond at the next council meeting to those comments that require follow-up. Before we begin, are there any follow-up reports from the November 20th, 2018 audience participation? Ms. Ober.
So the last meeting, we had a discussion from Bernie about Monroe and Linwood and sort of what that process was looking like. He has since sent a subsequent email that we're going to respond to. But the short answers are that we've met with Clackamas County. We've come to an agreement for installing the temporary diverter. We're waiting for the temperatures that have to stay above 41 degrees in order to make sure that the paint will actually stay.
Adhere.
So that's what we're waiting on right now. It's been an excellent partnership. I actually wanted to thank Kelly Brooks for all of our work and time on this, that it's gone so well. He also wanted to know when council gave direction towards that layout. That actually happened last year in June in a resolution that council approved. And there was a discussion about prioritizing that versus railroad and the need to prioritize that versus railroad versus Monroe. What we have had a discussion with council about in the past is that both are important. We're going to be looking for moving both forward. And it's in part going to be based on grants and when dollars are made available. Right now, because of the recent accidents that have happened at this intersection, we simply felt like we needed to move this quicker than the rest of the project, but we will continue to be applying for grants and finding new ways to pay for that project.
Cool.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Thanks.
So I have Vincent Alvarez. We're going to really have to hold you to 3 minutes, Vince.
Okay, by your watch or mine? No.
Wilda's the timekeeper, yep.
Vincent Alvarez, 12671 Southeast Worlds Lane here in Milwaukee. This is just about the Baywatch Park, the Bayfront Park. First off, a question. The recent construction that was finished, wasn't that supposed to terrace off the beach area?
It was supposed to create an access that would be something that would be usable for canoes and kayaks and paddleboards at various water levels. I actually haven't gone down to look at what it...
Yeah, I was down there a couple days ago. We have a staircase, which is gorgeous. It's a beautiful wide stone staircase, but I don't see any terracing that took place. I guess the staircase itself, if it goes underwater, could be the terrace, but it doesn't really seemed to fit what I thought was going to happen there. My concern is that I wasn't involved with the Bayfront Park from the very beginning, but I was when we started having open meetings. I've been coming down, and I've been making a comment. I think it's kind of baked into the cake now. It might be too late, but the water feature. I always assumed, I was kind of surprised when I saw that there was going to be a water feature in the plans, because I always assumed that the Willamette River is pretty much a priceless water feature, one that most people would love to have in a park. That is a used beach down there. People in the summer are using that to access the water, and it's one of the very few places on the Willamette River within several miles that you can access the water in a natural setting and just go down there and play without having any artificial anything added to it. I've been doing some research on the internet and find that just a simple commercial splash pad like you see in some of the parks, some of the bigger parks around here or down in the waterfront, start out at about $65,000 and can go up to hundreds of thousands of dollars, and then the yearly maintenance costs for those things can go anywhere from $5,000 to $15,000. A splash pad would probably only be usable for about 4 to 5 months of the year. I think better is to improve access to the river, and that is a very gentle beach down there. One of the East Coast, a lot of beaches, what they would do in the summer is they put out a buoy line, and they stay inside the buoy line, and the buoy line gives you an safety for the kids. I've been told, keep getting, when I show up at the meetings, I keep getting saying, well, you should say this at the meetings and at the open house, and I have been on the very first one, one of the ones we had down at the park. I wrote on the river water feature. Yet every time I go to one of the meetings or go on surveys, it's like, this is news to us. And I think also the survey was somewhat flawed in that when it gave the choices about water features, there was not a choice for no water feature, with the explanation of that, how much money that would save us. I think a water feature like this should be put in some place that's a landlocked park that has no water. The cost of this park is going to be very expensive as it is. I don't see that we need to go throwing upwards of $65,000 plus expenses every year to support a splash pad or a little lazy river or whatever you want to call it or whatever you want to do. It just doesn't really make sense to me. I just don't see it in a park that has total river frontage. Just keep fighting this battle. Anyhow,
Okay.
Thank you. That's all I had to say.
Thank you for your
Vince.
input.
Yeah.
Thanks, Vince.
Sure.
Anybody else? All right. Am I skipping something? We up to item 6?
Extension of the...
Housing state of emergency. Is David
I am
not?
David Levitin.
You don't look a thing like him.
I know, but it was going to be a late night, and we assumed that this was probably a relatively easy vote for council. So what this does is it extends the housing emergency. We have seen fluctuations above the 4% level, but we're still fluctuating, and we're still having some issues. So staff recommended that we extend it again for 6 months, and that we also extend the 90-day eviction notice component, especially since this is a council priority and something we've been working a lot on.
Yeah, it occurred to me when I read that again that we probably, when we set it up, we should have said, when it becomes over 4% for an extended period of time, for 2 years or for, some kind of...
Some of this was in state statute, so we were somewhat restricted just to make sure that we were falling within the specs that were given to us through the legislation. So I do think that was part of it. But we have talked about the fact it would need to be consistently over that 6-month period in order for us to not come back to you. So that is staff's intention. And if something significantly changes, we will come back earlier and start that conversation with you sooner.
Also, in addition to this, it should last longer than so many months or whatever, but the 90-day, I still would support that permanent. I don't think that it needs to be tied to a vacancy rate.
Well, I suspect we will get an opportunity to support that with the legislature this session. I think that's going to be one of the...
But I mean, if we can do it now, and I know that there's some legal issues about that, but if we're doing it on a temporary basis, we can do it on a permanent basis. The legality of it doesn't change, whether you're saying that hits a 4% threshold or it doesn't. So hopefully hopefully the legislature will take that up. But if it doesn't,
Yeah, I agree
Well,
with
that
you.
would be a good question to have I thought we were limited by state law, but if we're not limited by state law.
I believe we are limited by state law, and
But
that's why
the
we've done
limit-
it that way.
well, and Angel, you know more about this with the City of Portland legislation on the same thing, right? The 90-day notice, whether the State Landlord-Tenant Act preempts local governments from doing a 90-day, if the state law says 30 days, and can you do it 90 days? Isn't that the issue that the city is dealing with?
What's up is the
Or is it the renter relocation fees?
Right.
But isn't there something about the 90-day notice, too?
I didn't know about the 90 days in part, and if that's on appeal.
We'll do some more homework. I'm sorry, I didn't come prepared to answer that question. I did ask staff to go back and make sure that we continue to be in alignment with the law. This isn't really fun for them either, creating a staff report every 6 months and making sure that we're staying on top of this. So Alma did go back and check the law. She said this is in alignment with what we can do.
Oh, well, maybe I misunderstood. So we can do a 90-day notice,
Correct.
but only if there's a certain vacancy
How's it
rate?
only if there's an
If there's an
emergency?
emergency.
Only
A housing emergency.
Have to declare housing
But does it define
we
how
can
long your housing emergency has to last?
Right.
And that was the next question I asked her, and my understanding is it was until we went above a certain threshold. This time we went above the threshold, but then we backed back down below the threshold, and so we've been trying to make sure. So I think we were at 6.5%, then we went to like 2.5%, and then we were back at like 4%. So we were just trying to make sure that we were reading the markets right and came back to talk to you. But I'm happy to take your thoughts back to her. And if there's a way that we can extend it longer, I'm happy to bring that to you as an option. And if there's a way to separate the 90 days from the state of emergency, I will. But my understanding is that we've always paired those two things because we were required to.
I wonder if we're maybe we're talking across each other. So just hold on 1 second, so I can. So we decided on the 4%, or state law decided on the 4%. I think that's where maybe the issue is.
Oh, we did.
Right. So if we decided on the 4% as our threshold for what we are saying constitutes an emergency.
I will have Alma come back and speak to
Okay.
you when we get to this, and we'll do it earlier. It's going to be a part of our housing discussions on the 18th, and it's going to be a long-term solution. I will make sure your thoughts are passed to her tonight, but I don't think any of your concerns actually negate us doing this tonight, so I'm not going to
Correct.
worry about bringing her in.
And then we could do whatever.
Yep.
Well, and so it's a two-part thing at that point, right? It's what can we do, and then what should we be advocating for this during the session?
Yeah, right.
Thank you.
So
So are you ready to?
I would entertain a motion.
I move to approve the resolution extending the declared housing emergency for a period of 6 months pursuant to Ordinance 2117.
A second.
It has been moved and seconded to approve the resolution extending the declared housing emergency for a period of 6 months pursuant to Ordinance 2117. Is there any further discussion?
Nope.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None heard. It passes unanimously. Maintain renter protection measures, a resolution. We kind of discussed both simultaneously, so I would also entertain a motion on this, if anybody wants to.
Sure, I'll move to approve the resolution maintaining the renter protection measures in MMC 5.60 pursuant to Ordinance 2118.
I'll second.
It has been moved and seconded to approve the resolution maintaining the renter protection measures in MMC 5.60 pursuant to Ordinance 2118. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None heard. It also passes unanimously. So we continue to have a 90-day no-cause eviction slowdown, or notification period, to be more specific.
By the way, one question, have we ever had anyone invoke a complaint, or, I mean, has anyone ever done anything with this that we know
Yeah,
of?
so we, as you've all met Valeria, she's been working with a number of individuals. Now that we've been promoting it so much, we're starting to get more people calling in.
Okay.
And we're seeing much higher uptick on those calls now that we have the website too. So it's sort of this give and get where we're starting to see more individuals engaging with us about making sure that they're in a good housing situation and that we're making sure that landlords understand what the law is. I can find out for you how many. I don't have that number tonight.
I'm talking specifically about the 90-day.
Yeah.
Oh, so someone has said, my landlord's trying to get me out of here. I should get 90 days. They're trying to make me move in 30.
No one has asked us to enforce that. There have been people who have called and asked for more information about that.
Okay.
That rule, basically.
Well, and
Maybe it's
I've gotten
landlords
phone calls
calling.
from people that said, I got my notice 75 days ago and I still can't find a place to live.
Well, yeah, that.
You know, so they were aware of the 90-day, their landlord was aware of the 90-day, and it.
Still having trouble finding housing,
Yeah.
yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So it's working.
Good.
To whatever degree that's helpful. All right. Next item is City Hall facility update. Fleet and Facility Supervisor Damian Farwell.
Just hit the arrows or whatever.
Ah, and Tracy. Hi.
I'll trade you away when you have the PDF. I don't have the full Adobe on here.
Good evening, councilors, mayor. Damian Farwell, Fleet and Facility Supervisor for the city.
Tracy Orvis, project architect with De Loretto Architecture.
So we want to give an update of the project converting the garage bays downstairs to council chambers. It is a three-part project, including the conference room across the hall here, this room, and the garage bay downstairs. So phase one is the conference room being converted to engineering, which is complete. Phase two is the garage bay downstairs being converted to chambers. And phase three is this room being converted to offices and engineering. We'll just go through some slides here. That's just a representation of the footprint of the chambers. Sorry, let me make sure I have this right. Yeah, okay. So the SAFE program, staffing requirements, and new in-house attorney has resulted in the need for increased employee office space. Staff goal was to add space for up to 11 employees. That's total. City Hall Garage Bay was underutilized as storage space. Total project costs are estimated at $370,000 for the garage bay conversion. There's an additional $50,000 budgeted for the conversion of council chambers and conference room to office space. That's this room. The project involves relocating council chambers and conference room downstairs to the garage bay, repurposing existing conference room and chambers to office space. We've contracted with De Loretto Architecture to provide pre-design schematic, design development, preliminary contractor pricing, and construction documents. So phase one, the second floor up here, we reconfigured that conference room to, the goal was 4 to 6 cubes. There's 4 workstations there right now. Cube walls between workstations. It was completed on schedule at a cost of about $7,000. So phase two, the largest and most complex phase, is the downstairs conversion to 2 chambers and a smaller meeting area. You can see the footprint on the right there. The squiggly line represents a curtain, that's retractable. So with a larger audience, we plan to have approximately, the chairs represented at the top part of that are about 50 chairs, which is what exists in here. And we plan to have 30 folding or stacking chairs that can be used to make the space for one meeting with a larger number of people, or with the curtains divided into, there's chambers at the top half and a work session or meeting at the bottom half. There's also a retractable curtain at the garage doors.
Yes. I think there's going to be 4.
Those bullets there goals for each parts. Also included is the entry downstairs, improve communication with new glass and holes for better sound transmission, install shallow counter for materials and writing, aesthetic update, materials and finishes should reflect the bays, remove interior counter for better office layout. In the bays, we're embracing an industrial chic aesthetic where you can see the conduit and the sprinklers rather than a drop ceiling.
Wait, what's the aesthetic?
Industrial chic. Yes, I said that.
A little too much enjoyment. Anne is getting out of you. So.
Definitely.
Get a little punchy this season.
It's the time. We want to preserve the wood paneling on the north wall. We'll remove it on the south wall to make sure we have both sound and insulation in that wall. But we like to keep it on the north wall, and there's also talk of putting it in the bathroom. The palette is white paint and dark accents. Tracy brought a palette that we can show some of the materials.
I do have physical samples of everything if you all want to take a look.
Okay. And light wood. The carpet's very dark. There's a matching walk-off carpet, which is much more durable at the roll-up doors, so it'll stand up to traffic and moisture. We are restoring original windows and adding storm windows. We are adding an ADA restroom and an ADA exit at the rear as required.
I have a question.
Yes.
About that.
Okay, go ahead. I was going to ask about the restroom, but. Yeah.
So imagine you're somebody in a wheelchair, and you show up to a meeting at 7:15. It's in full swing. You're coming in right there into a busy meeting, right?
Yeah.
Instead of, most people when they walk into a meeting that's in session, they're like trying to sneak into the back row.
Right. I can address that question. So we actually have two entrances into that space. So you wouldn't necessarily, we had to make both of them ADA accessible. It's just that the existing 3-foot door that's currently in the space is already accessible. So the idea is that you would end up checking in, and then for the most part, unless you were an employee, you would be coming in through that, if you see kind of down in that lower right-hand corner.
By the sculpture garden.
Yeah, you'd be coming in that way. So you would come in closer to the back.
Yes. Speaking of which, where's the electronic bike parking in this game?
I want to know, where's the AV?
Oh, look at that. There you go.
I totally was kidding.
Where's the AV room? And
okay, I can address that.
So on the bathroom, are you just converting the existing bathroom to make it ADA accessible?
No, there currently is no bathroom there.
I thought there was a little bathroom.
There's an interesting sign there, but there's nothing there. So that space actually, after looking at the original drawings, there used to be a kind of a back staircase that went up to the second floor to where the firemen would sleep. And so that got removed. In that area, if you go down there, it's just kind of a little open space right now. But it's accessible to the basement, which means it'll be a lot easier to plumb, and it's close to the existing plumbing. So it made, after looking at kind of various options for where it made the most sense to put it, there was enough room for us to meet all of our ADA clearances and still get that as close to the existing plumbing as we could. So.
Okay.
And we are going to soundproof the heck out of that room, and we understand it's not in the most ideal location, so we're going to try and mitigate that as much as we can.
Well, speaking of soundproofing, so you talked about the, what was it, industrial chic?
Yeah.
Which sounds like you're going to leave the ceiling more or less the way it is, but man, somebody just tiptoes across Anne's room or whatever, and it's like a herd of elephants.
So,
we're engaging an acoustics consultant
engineer, yes,
for that, and that was an early concern brought up. Yeah.
And so
saying I'm loud.
Totally kidding.
I think the mayor was saying that.
Apparently I was.
There's a couple things going on with that existing ceiling that we need to address. One of them is acoustics, and the other is fire rating, because we're putting an assembly space below an office use. There has to be a 1-hour fire rated separation. So part of that is filling that cavity with insulation, putting 2 layers of sheetrock up against the structure, and isolating that with a sound isolation clip. So those 2 items combined, just by having to do the fire rating, that's going to help the acoustics significantly.
As will the carpet on the floor.
Yes, we are doing carpet on the floor. And, we have talked about some potential options that we, want to get priced, like for, ceiling mount or wall mount acoustical panel, something to soften the sound within the room as well. Because, we want to limit the hard surfaces if we can. So.
Okay. We're pursuing a similar dais layout with the longest leg reflected, so this side would sit on the opposite side. We intend to reuse the dais, partly to control costs and partly because it's in good shape and it's convenient, and we think it'll work.
We're refinishing it.
Yes.
So it won't look like this, but it will be the same structure, in part because of the Kevlar that's in the dais. It's too expensive for us to redo that component.
This one looks pretty good.
We're just going to give it a little bit of a modern twist.
Shane feels differently.
Industrial chic.
It's all in the eye of the beholder.
Industrial chic. That was quite visual.
Is that why you didn't run again?
Yeah, that's right. Well, if I didn't know all this was occurring, no. I do have a question, though. I thought you said light-colored paneling, light wood.
Sorry, light wood would skin the face of the dais.
So it won't be the darker.
It won't look like
okay,
this.
so it'll be this structure, but not look like this. And
Correct.
What about the?
So that is getting resurfaced.
See, why?
You like that?
I like it. It doesn't cost anything. It's already here.
It looks like it doesn't cost anything. I'm just kidding.
Wow.
I'm just kidding. I know.
Wow.
I'm giving it more shade than it deserves. But anyway, it's not my favorite. But okay.
Okay, you're not coming over to help me redo my kitchen.
So while those two are fighting over the color scheme of the dais, what's the concept around, given that you're talking about curtains at the far end, and there's a bunch of doorways and stairs and things on that wall, where are you planning on putting monitors? For presentations such as we have.
Right. It's actually.
Really good question. And where's the sound room?
It's the last bullet. Projection screen behind dais.
And there'll be and then a low one for us.
Includes a city logo on the projection screen, and a screen at the backside of the testimony table.
Okay.
Yeah, so I don't know what they are.
That's what somebody asked, said, like the school district has, and that was.
Can they do
I thought that was
slick?
pretty slick.
Yeah, the AV consultant that we've been working with suggested the projection screen just because of the length, or the depth of that room. It's deeper than this one, so to get maximum visibility for everyone in the audience. And then I'm on the Clackamas County Design Review Board, and we have the confidence panel there, and it's really useful.
So it's a projection that will be displayed behind the dais?
Yeah, that's for everyone
Not
sitting here.
A screen, not a video
It's
screen.
a projection screen.
What about for us? What would we see?
We'll have this there.
Screen like this, but it'll be right here.
In front of, like the county commission.
So have you ever sat in front of a projection screen that was directly shining above your head?
Oh, I have.
I have.
I have.
Really, no, you're not sitting right
county
there,
budget meetings.
right? Like, we're not sitting in front of it.
Are you saying the light is just the
light
It's sounding
going
to me
straight
like it's
into
gonna
our
be
eyes.
projecting directly at us.
The ceiling. The ceiling's.
My question.
The ceiling is a bit higher.
It's not projecting.
Yeah, the ceiling is a bit higher down there, so it
Right.
should be.
Well
it'll be higher
above
up,
and
and
not,
it should be
not
higher
a
up in the
glare
ceiling.
issue. Nobody's going to be getting a headache
I can definitely look in. We can look into that.
That's a concern that I have about
okay.
that layout.
Well,
Instead,
and-
if it's a video screen, there's no concern. If it's a projection, I think that's
Clackamas County uses something where they have it behind,
But that's not a projection screen.
and they have it in front.
No, I'm good with the
not a
layout. I'm not
Clackamas
necessarily
County's
good
is
with
not
the
a
light.
projection screen.
It gives people migraines like me, so you have to be kind of careful.
It's one of the.
It's a projection is the problem, so
Yeah.
that's my question.
So imagine basically when we used to use that, having your dais over up against that wall, and you're looking
That
out
light
this
shining
way.
above.
The light shining in your eyes. My question about that is something that occurs to me because of Metro Council chambers, having sat through 1,000 meetings there. I eventually got them to turn off a certain, actually they just took the bulbs out because they had lights that, like a fluorescent tube right here, a projection screen, and it made it almost impossible to read what was being projected because the center of the image was being overlit.
Oh, by the IC.
Tube lighting.
Yeah, so,
But that happens here too.
well, we're getting glare. That'll be fixed for us.
Yeah, because, I mean, I can't see a lot of
Yeah.
times what's in there.
But so be thinking about the lighting scheme
Okay.
vis-a-vis the projection so that people can actually see what we have going on.
Okay, no, that's a great point. We are also going to make sure that the lighting controls are such that everything is dimmable to different degrees.
And maybe in
depending,
different
yes,
areas
in each,
and-
basically each bay. The current plan is to treat each bay as you go back, so there's 4 of them. They would have their own individual switching and dimming so that you could cater that depending on how you're using the space. Because, yeah, I've seen that same thing happen too, and it's not pleasant for anyone.
Yeah, no, it makes it really hard to see, the presentations.
So can you explain a little more about, maybe we use the pointer or whatever, where the bathroom is and where the equipment room, the video
Yeah, where's the
equipment room is?
videographer?
So that's the bathroom.
Okay.
And then this portion that is now the sort of back corner storage in Jason Walk's office would go to video room.
So
And will it have an opening built out to the?
No.
It will not. We asked we asked them if that was something that was needed, and they said that based on how things are currently used, they don't need that visual connection anymore. So
He has to walk all the way
He'll have to
around.
walk further around and tell us we're not on the mic, but okay.
We're working giving him a buzzer that
We're gonna give him
I see him.
a light or something.
Yeah, be thinking about that, some way for them to communicate, because that is actually a thing. I'll bet you twice a meeting, he has to, or she has to walk in and either tell one of us to get closer to the mic or tell somebody there to get closer to the mic or to hand us the hand mic because we're going to go stand up there and
A
point.
little window at minimum.
At a minimum, yeah.
Or
Some-
buzzer system or something.
I'll talk
Some-
to Carl.
Yeah. And then, so where is council's office in all of this?
That is a part of the space analysis that we're actually still working on. So this winter, the team is doing a full analysis of all the positions and all the different departments. It's very probable that even my office will move. We're going to try and pair people closer together who need to be closer together. And right now, we've got a couple of breakdowns in that. So we will know more. That is on Damien's list, but it's not happening until this winter.
Okay. So let's have a conversation about the energy efficiency of the restoration of the windows.
Can I make it a few more slides?
No.
It's there.
It's on there.
Go ahead.
Okay. So, right, the goal is chambers meeting space in the bays. Curtain separates those two areas. Typically 50 chambers in the bay, stackable, additional 30 chairs. Video room to Jason's closet, independent HVAC for cost and efficiency. We covered the projection screen.
I'm sorry, before we move on from
Yep.
the layout, really quick, are those, so the conference table, so we had talked a great deal about, we liked the idea of the fire bay, and we wanted to keep the doors so that we could open them and we would be more accessible to the public and
In the summer, have
Yeah.
people have
greater.
huge
And so
meetings.
I'm
Absolutely.
wondering about the
Go ahead.
tables and are we conceiving that they're going to be, we can roll them away?
Yeah, so
They are going to be,
I didn't want to put four sort of representations or arrays up here. Maybe I should have, but the intention is that we're trying to accomplish a lot, but it's intended to be able to function either full of seats, as shown, or we remove the tables at the back and open the curtain toward the doors and open the doors, and you have a shallow space, kind of like Santa and the tree lighting, or you could retract both curtains, and the entire space is open to the driveway. Yeah.
Okay, so then making sure then that power is accessible during those meetings where we need, just the, the idea, because before the sort of retrofit was to run the cords up into the table, and that didn't make for a very movable situation.
No.
So, okay.
Right.
So that's all okay.
It's not perfectly clear how we're going to do it. But
the intent is.
That's absolutely the intent, yes.
And part of, just so you know, part of the issue is that we'd really like to get back to a work session where you are all sitting around a table.
Yes.
It's a more collaborative experience. We think it's really important for us to get to that point. We're still thinking through the details of that, but that is the intention. We've talked about making sure the cameras work, both for the front and the back, so that you can use it, portion of it during the first half of the meeting and the other portion of it during the latter part of the meeting.
Great.
The palette we talked about briefly, and I think, did those get passed around?
They got as far as Wilda, and then that was it. She goes, I approve, and handed it back.
She did not. She said, what is this and what is that? And I said, I don't know.
That top is dark. That's
so there's two options. We did start out with a lighter option for the countertop. There was some concern about it getting marked up or.
Well, we could use our crayons.
That was that
one. Yeah, so we just provided. So at this point we have two options. We have a lighter option and then we have the darker option. We just wanted you to see kind of what the options were. And those are definitely not set in stone at this point. But
set in stone, they're set in mason.
Yeah.
One of the concerns also, just so you know, when we talked about the light-colored countertop or tabletop, is that it's really easy to see, depending on how the camera angles are. So we've also been trying to just create more of a consistent across the board.
Yeah.
Wait, what are you
Shane's
saying?
like, what are you saying? What I'm saying is that right now, it starts looking really cluttered the lighter it is. So you start looking like you have a lot of stuff on your countertops. And so it's partially the image that we're portraying on video. I am making that up right now. In other words, it is very possible that you feel differently about that.
Industrial chic.
It is. That's part of it too. But we have had regular conversations with Melanie just to make sure that the cameras function well with whatever we're putting up there.
I was just say that one seems awfully light, and I wondered about reflection and glare.
That light,
the glare did come up.
Looks too dark, so
dark looks fine to me. Okay. All right. We'll look into it.
Not a good design.
So you didn't improve at all.
Nothing.
Take it away. None of it's good.
I said, wait a minute. That's too dark.
All right.
I said that seems very dark to me.
So this is what you mean by walk-off carpeting?
So that was the actual main carpet.
Oh, that's the main carpeting. Okay.
I like that.
So it's.
For whatever it's worth.
This is the walk-off mat product, so it's denser. So it's basically, and it's in a tile, so should any components ever get damaged,
easy to fix.
Same with this carpet.
Oh, good.
But the idea is one to stay with something.
Yes, I did.
Hold on. This is the perfect example.
See, Carl, you would have had to have walked like 2 blocks to do that.
It doesn't project just for the
microphone direction.
Okay. So the field carpet is definitely kind of on the dark gray. So we wanted to work with something for the walk-off mat that was in a similar tone. And we're already talking about, kind of working with the pattern of the tiles a little bit, so there's more of a transition as you get farther away from the garage doors. So that's something that as we get kind of into more detail with that, we'll present a few different options for layout before installation to kind of weigh in on that. But the idea is that, you have this kind of darker floor. You lighten up the face of the dais, and the walls themselves are going to be nice and light. And then the idea with this, so we have this is kind of our just basic, like off-white for the main wall color, with the thought that we would do an accent wall down at the, behind the dais, something along these lines.
Pretty color.
Yeah, it's a nice color.
Approve that. Okay, good. That one approved.
And then the idea is that to kind of go along with this more industrial look, to highlight the beams and the structure with a dark accent color so that you really kind of see that rhythm in the space. And that also, so we've been working with an interiors consultant, and I think the idea behind going with this potentially darker countertop is that color would tie into the tones of that structure. We can definitely look at other options for that.
Well, for whatever it's worth, I like the dark countertop and the light wood.
Okay.
So.
All right. Is there any other questions about that? Okay.
No.
Windows. Among the changes proposed, staff proposed replacing the garage doors and original windows with modern energy efficient equivalents. Our application was approved by Planning Commission November 13th on the condition that the 6 original windows be restored rather than replaced. The effect that this has on the project is that the insulated value of a restored window is roughly half of the insulated value of an energy efficient window, and that rough number is including a storm window. By restoring rather than replacing original windows, we will not have the opportunity to insulate, flash, and seal the openings to modern standards as we would if windows were pulled all the way out. We will need to inspect and repair the original windows frequently, which will increase the life cycle costs.
So do you have an energy differential? This was something I brought up the other night at the comp plan meeting because I watched the Planning Commission meeting on this. It was sort of, these are more energy efficient, these are more like these are more historic, and it wasn't a quantitative thing. These are more energy efficient by $900 per window per year, or anything like that.
That's what was in our staff report, but I actually...
Apparently, I didn't see anything that
the first Planning Commission meeting that we presented, it was pretty clear that the language in the Type 3 application, as well as what Planning Commission was referencing was the SHPO input, DLC input, and the questions that were asked were all about the wood windows. So by the letter of their decision, it said that essentially wood windows are preferred. Another material may be acceptable if it's close enough. And I was trying to sort of tease out what makes close enough, like which dimension are we talking about here? And we didn't really, I didn't feel like I got a clear answer to that. And I didn't feel like the criteria for decision had anything to do with either those dimensions or energy. So what
I concur.
Yeah, I was trying to work on where can we make it close enough, and to address your question, you're asking about the quantitative differential between. I can get back to you with something better. But what I found, or what I came across, was that a typical single-family home in this climate, going between upgrading their windows in a similar fashion that we are, namely with a similar U-value differential, would result in $200+ a year in energy cost difference. And that's based on a home of, I think it was like 1,500 square feet.
Per window?
No.
Total.
Oh, that's way off. I had to give you an example, I had a 1912 bungalow that when I bought it had the beautiful big double hung single pane glass windows. My energy costs, and an electric furnace, so I'm very clear on my energy costs. My energy costs went down probably in the winter, probably $300 a month.
And what windows did you have, and what windows did you go to? When I
replaced the windows with double pane, not even triple pane, but just good double pane good U value, all the things. This was before.
Right.
This was years ago, so it was before triple pane windows were readily available. And it literally dropped our heating costs dramatically.
And sorry,
I don't even pay $300. I live in a big house, 3,500 square feet, and I don't pay $300 a month.
In the winter.
In the winter.
For electric heat.
I have a gas heat.
Well,
but it's,
there you
it's
go.
my,
It's apples and oranges.
It's my entire gas bill, though. I don't have anything else on the
That's
gas.
apples and oranges. It's electric heat is, particularly unless you do a mini split or some fancy new furnace, which I guarantee you there is not a fancy furnace in this building.
Can I ask what your original windows were? Single pane?
Single pane.
With the storm window or without?
No storm window.
Okay.
So
there's a big difference there. Like, if the number between a single pane window and either a single pane with a storm window or a double pane efficient window, the differential is much greater. The differential that I'm describing is between a restored window with a storm window, which was what was requested and approved, versus an energy efficient modern clad window. So the energy difference is actually a little bit less. There are considerations of the space that I think greatly inform that number, and that's because the number I just referenced is a single-family home with, I think it's around 30% glazing. I think our glazing in that space is higher. We also, because we're not losing heat above or to the north, because those are conditioned spaces, we don't lose that heat because it just goes to the rest of the building. I think the percentage that we're losing out of the bay doors and the windows is higher, but it doesn't mean that the number is higher. The percentage loss is higher, though, if that makes sense.
So you are planning to use storm windows?
Yes.
Exterior?
Interior.
Interior, those fitted, what are they called?
Indo.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
good. I'm thinking about getting those in my house, too.
But we are replacing the roll-up doors.
Yes.
Correct. Mhm.
Those will be
Yes.
Yeah,
pane.
and they're insulated doors, so. Yeah, so that's the nice thing about them being fully insulated, is that will really help with the street noise.
It'll help a lot, but it's still glass, which is
Yeah.
a little bit tough.
Yeah.
Mark, was your question regarding those windows that you would have preferred they would have been replaced with modern energy efficient?
Yeah, because, my take on it, watching it, was, and maybe I wasn't as clear as, we have a lot of windows that have been replaced over the years in this building where they weren't really putting a lot of care into the historical accuracy, the historical matching. These guys had found windows that were fiberglass clad wood, right? Fiberglass clad wood windows.
The interior is wood, yeah.
Yeah, that were double pane, but looked, frankly, closer to my eye, closer to the original historic windows than the stuff that's in a lot of this building right now. So I felt like it was a double win, right? We would be bringing the building back closer to the look of the original and getting the energy efficiency, and then going forward as we're replacing a lot of the other windows in the building, which desperately need it, because we have windows that are rotting out.
True.
Would be then matching, right? Matching what we were putting in down there instead of having this weird hodgepodge of windows, and they would be more efficient. So I thought, wow, that's a win-win-win. And then they made this decision because of an impassioned plea by somebody who's enthusiastic about the history of the buildings and the old growth Doug fir wood that made them such better, longer lasting windows, which is why half of the windows in this building don't exist anymore.
So, all right. Well, did the criteria demand it in some way? Or was there discretion?
Letter, which
there was a lot
if you
of
ask
discretion.
SHPO anything, they're going to say, oh, it should be exactly the way it was.
That's what they do. Yeah.
When Muhammad crossed the Red Sea, it's like, that's their answer to everything. They could have one guy that worked there, and he could just write that same letter. And
And based on your analysis that, as you reported in the staff report, within a couple of years, we're going to blow through whatever savings we had through repair, right? Because you said it was short-term savings, long-term.
Right. The life cycle cost is higher. So those were exactly my sentiments rolling into this, that it would be great if the windows matched, because we have, I think over 6 different styles on the building. And we clearly are energy focused. We've spent a fair amount of money and effort through Amoresco to do some retrofit in this building. There's a point at which, we don't want to undermine what we did, but having gone through this with the insulative values of the storm windows, et cetera, I feel like feel like what's critical is that we're on a path that we can replace the remaining windows in City Hall with energy efficient windows. There are over 40 windows. Each one of those would be, an insulative gain as well as a life cycle cost gain. If we could, I feel like it's personally feels a little more critical that we're on a path for those windows than
that these 6 are.
Than that those 6. Those are the last 6 original windows. For context, the top window is not original. The bottom window is original. Yeah.
And we as staff are having a discussion about how we work through those other upstairs windows in particular, because there is at least one that we have to remove and replace this year.
Yeah.
So.
And this ship has sailed on the windows?
I think it has.
It sailed.
Decision, yeah.
On the
the window for appealing it.
Yeah, we missed the window. Good one.
On the upside, I've met with 2 contractors who I think are really responsible, can do an excellent job restoring these windows. One of them asked if the north-facing window down here is exactly the same size that was going to get removed anyway for the ADA door. And I said, yeah, I think it's the same size. You want to swap them? And he said, yeah. So I think we're going to save a little bit of money and swap an original window in excellent condition for one of the ones in really poor condition. We're going to make lemonade. And I think it's going to work out great. And we'll get a number of years out of these windows. Are we good on windows?
Yep. That's what it is.
The third phase, we have reconfigure council chambers and some other city hall spaces. 8 to 10 cubes, that includes the 5 already in the conference room, 3 additional walled offices. The plan will address an office space issue in finance. The media room will move downstairs. We're looking for 1 medium-sized conference room. That's about 10 to 12. There was an initial space needs assessment done before we did before we designed engineering into that conference room. Just to make sure that when we did that, we shouldn't solve any other problems. The result of that study was, no, we're good for now. Let's move them in there, see how that works, see how they use that space. And revisit it before, essentially a few months before the chambers are ready. And what that will do is it'll give us a good plan for this space before we have access to it, so that we have a plan when we do have access. In the moderate phase 3 design component for walled office spaces is just a reference that we need 3 walled offices. We don't want to do more than that because walled offices are going to make HVAC troubleshooting more difficult. So we're going to work.
HVAC problems in this building? You've got to be kidding me.
You walked right into that, Damien.
Nah.
You are handing out parkas to the people.
I will.
working.
I will send out an ASHRAE document, which is the basis for all of our HVAC settings, and I will have the temperature in this room raised.
It's amazingly constant, summer to winter. It's cold all
Okay,
the time.
that's
And a big difference just from here
excellent
to there.
information.
Yes.
I mean, this back here is a much colder than when you walk in
And
the
if we
room.
met in the hallway.
There's something about being on the
So,
north wall.
There used to be a counselor that fell asleep all the time, so they adjusted it, and then they forgot how they did that.
So part of the difficulty is that air moving quickly, which is what happens when you have 2-inch vents, feels really cold because it's air passing over you. Just to,
Well, I do think
I will still raise it 2 degrees.
that you adding these vent cap things has helped. It's at least helped it not feel drafty, because it was really drafty before this summer, yes.
The poor county guys are back there going, please.
Yeah, can we?
But aren't you having fun?
I love the design. You guys are doing great.
But how many really entertaining
Well, we
council
haven't-
meetings do you guys go to? Come on.
Will we have an update on phase 3, like the configuration, and will we have
Yes.
a separate meeting on that? Because I've got some thoughts.
Yes.
I
when
don't
we have
have to share right
when we have layouts, yeah. And there's also we need to work through some really basic components, like, engineering has a meeting space over there. Are we going to be able to accommodate that 10 or 12 person meeting space over here? Would it make more sense for engineering to share this meeting space? Do we put more cubes over there for engineering? And this becomes the meeting space and the cubes. A lot of that is informed too by the HVAC layout.
I just thought of maybe an off-the-wall question, but the judge is also going to use our new council chamber, right? But she right now needs a room where she changes or puts on her robes or whatever.
That is the council's office.
Oh, okay.
On
so
the
wherever,
Wednesdays
so
that
that'll be
she's
part
in.
of that. I gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
And just so you know, Carla has been involved in the layout and the design, so she's been a part of that
Yeah.
discussion.
Yeah, I just was thinking about her and how that all worked. So.
Yeah. We have the project schedule here, roughly drawn out. I also have some more details here. We are in December. December, we will see construction documents and review. Sort of December, January, we want to begin the permitting and bidding. We'd like to have bid selection by, I think is it the end of January? Is that right?
Yeah, let's see. Yeah, towards the tail end of January is when we'd hope to review bids, get them in, and then select a contractor.
Ideally, we'd start construction in February.
19.
Yeah. Nope. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And then I think September's 7 months out. That's project phase 2 completion. City Council and court move to new space. September is council chambers no longer available for meetings, and construction begins in former chambers. November, construction phase 3 complete in November. November, construction phase 3 complete. Remainder of engineering moves to City Hall. There are a couple other concerns that we need to keep track of along the way. One is Jason's community events materials. I've talked to Jason a bit. I can offer him some space at our 40th and Harvey facility for larger, less common used, if he has signs or barricades or that kind of thing. Smaller items, I'm wondering if we couldn't use part of a shelter like the one at the top for if Jason needs a little something here and there. If we need a bag of de-icer and a shovel.
We'll never need that again.
It's a little. It's a little more flexible, a little more welcoming. It's slightly more expensive. I think that upper one is about $1,500 per bike at 8 bikes. The lower one, it works, but it's not like you can pull your clothes out of your bag outside of the elements. Court operations, Carla's been involved. We've been communicating with everybody about which meeting spaces are available when, and there are just a few other records is pretty well taken care of, and I think we're going to need to install a mop sink in the basement for the janitors because we'll be removing one out of the base.
Where would that bike parking go?
So this is yet immature. This has not been spoken with planning committee, or I just want to put something up and say we have intentions and we're thinking about it. But there is a, I would assume behind the building, there is a sort of a dead square where parking spaces facing north meet parking spaces facing east that I feel like would be prime real estate for this.
Cool.
We are about an hour over, so if you guys are okay, I'd actually like to call this and let the county come up. Is that okay?
Thank you.
Everyone.
Great job.
Thank you.
And thank you, Tracy.
I like all your ideas. I'm just not color crazy.
We'll take a 15-minute break.
Oh, oh God.
Oh, Kelly is.
I was about to shoot it.
Michael Hamer here.
I should warn you.
Dan will come.
I'll just stay in
Updates at the end of the meeting.
You're south
And I'm not.
for the information.
Yeah.
You driving?
Oh, yeah, actually, there is a thing.
8:42.
Did I turn it off?
Yeah.
Did I? There's a thing. Oh, I did it. Did it? How did I do that? I'm so sorry.
I got a quick break in the city council.
I think that. Our was accepted.
Love the tie.
Thank you.
But we'll need storage. We do, yeah, so.
You're doing great.
But I mean, even just for the intro, for the season, he's putting something over there, and couldn't Jason table materials go in there?
We'll figure it out. We got it.
Okay.
All right. So
Hi.
we have the support for county vehicle registration fee, a letter, which will be introduced by our Assistant City Manager, Kelly Brooks, and Clackamas County Transportation Director, Dan Johnson.
Yes, we're here, and I did an unfortunate thing to the computer. So the PowerPoint is loading that Dan will walk through momentarily. But just to tee this up just a little bit, and I also want to let y'all know Mike Besner is also here. He's and can help jump up and answer questions as well as needed.
Jump up.
He likes to jump. He's really good at jumping. As you all know, the county is actively considering and has been developing a vehicle registration fee that would be $30 and would be split based on the current split of I believe it's 60-40 between the counties and the cities, which would generate about $414,000 a year for the city of Milwaukee. As the county is going about this work, they've asked and have been actively reaching out to cities to seek letters of support. So in your packet, you have a draft letter of support, but I was asked by you all to see if we could have Dan come and share sort of an abbreviated version of the presentation that he's been giving around the county about this effort, and also just talk, share what he has been hearing as he's been giving the outreach about the proposal. Go from there.
Great, thank you. Dan Johnson, Director of Clackamas County Department of Transportation Development. Thank you so much for having me here tonight. We're going to talk about some industrial chic roads. Hey, real quick, just, the presentation I'm going to give you tonight, we've slimmed it down a little bit. Thank goodness, in the interest of time, we pulled out a lot of the county components of it, but a lot of it is really relative towards our work with the cities, discussions with the city, distribution of funds, et cetera. So we'll run through that here in 1 second. There's one thing I want to draw your attention to on this first slide, and that is the dialogue around continuing the conversation. That was an intentional statement that we put on that slide. We have been having this talk about transportation, local transportation road funding for more years than I ever want to discuss again. We have talked about gas tax, we have talked about vehicle registration fees, we have talked about road districts, we have talked about an endless number of discussions about how we might provide some local funding for our local needs. And so we're here to do it again, and I'm so excited to be.
You've been using the road ahead for how many years? 5 years?
Quite some time. Yeah. I think actually it's been about 4 to 5 years exactly. So with that, let's dive in. So the discussions we've been having with folks, in all honesty, because we've been doing outreach not only to the business community, but also the community as a whole, to our residents throughout the county, is first a discussion around what is transportation funding and where does transportation funding come from. We cut a slide out, we put this slide back in, but we have a discussion around the fact that a large majority of our funds either come from federal, state, regional, and then a limited number of local sources that we have for funding for our roadways. I'm not sure how familiar all of you are. I'm going to give you kind of the 30-second summary. If you want to go deeper, please let me know. The feds, just speaking on Clackamas County's behalf, the feds, the majority of the money that we receive from them are the federal timber receipts. Those dollars historically had run in the neighborhood of about $4.5 million. I am pleased to let you know right now they are whittled down to about $250,000 this year. There were discussions just yesterday, I'm not sure if for folks who were at the leadership discussion dialogue downtown at the convention center. We do have senators talking about how we replace some of that, make it go from an earmark into a longer-term funding strategy, but we are not going to rely on those dollars. Historically, we generally stay away from federal money because the overhead cost associated with federal money is pretty high. You're looking at a 15% to 25% markup in the cost of those dollars. So you better have a large project that has significant financial needs for your community to validate and justify kind of that larger cost of operations. State grants, gas tax, VRF, all of gas tax and VRF and weight mile. All go into the State Highway Fund. The State Highway Fund basically hits all of our various budgets as road fund money that is solely dedicated towards the use on roads. Keep in mind, when we talk about funding, property tax, those general fund dollars cannot be directed towards roads or road maintenance, while VRF, gas tax, weight mile are restricted in the fact that they have to be applied to roads. So it's very dedicated funding.
And are those, I know gas taxes population proportional or whatever, are most of those funding streams population proportional by county?
I'm gonna, where'd the mic go? I was gonna give it to Mike. Oh man, I'm missing a mic for Mike. You can come up here and take my Here, come on up. He really, we've been doing this traveling roadshow together, and he just wanted a chance to talk. He said he didn't, but he really did. Yeah. Run through the state.
So the way, is that on? The way that so gas tax, vehicle registration fee, and the weight mile tax, which is paid by trucks, I think that are over 26,000 pounds, all goes into a big pot of money that the state controls, okay? Little's taken off the top for, I think, DMV and a couple other things, and then 50% ODOT takes for interstates and state highways, 30% goes to the counties, and 20% goes to the cities. Counties and cities don't split their money the same way. Cities split it by population. Counties split it by vehicle registrations.
Oh, okay.
So, that answer your question?
Yep. Thank you.
Obviously, Metro, we apply for Metro grants. A lot of the Metro money we get, though, is obviously tied to why, what are the value structures around those entities that are giving those grants. And so they may have limits to those grant opportunities, and there also is obviously matching funding that we have to do for a lot of those grants that we received. Talk about local tools. And again, this is about Clackamas County, just this particular side. Local tools that we have in our toolbox are pretty limited. We have SDC fees for transportation. I think you're all very familiar with that. I'm not going to go into that very in-depthly. Urban renewal, we had 4 urban renewal districts. 3 of those 4 levies, three of the levies and 4 of the districts have terminated. And so basically all those plans for all intents and purposes, we're kind of running those plans, finalizing projects. We're not getting any additional revenue from those projects. I think we took that slide out, but essentially urban renewal, if you look at our capital construction programming over the last 20 years, it attributed about 33%. If I recall correctly, it was 34% of all of our capital funding needs within Clackamas County. On top of that, the second biggest were grants. It's almost 50% of our money for capital. 16% was local SDC fees, and then there was a small amount of road fund money that went into it at all. Very small. Majority of our road fund money goes all to maintenance. Maintenance of our arterial systems, et cetera. I think the biggest one-time capital ask we have from our road fund is $1 million for one given year.
And in comparison, what does Washington County have?
Oh, hey, that's a great intro. Bam. So, actually, hang on, back up. So you talk about this locally controlled funding sources, this mystery kind of blob out here in the far left. Let's talk about our partners. This is the discussion I have with folks when they say, why can't Clackamas County be like Washington County? Clackamas County can't be like Washington County because these are the tools that Washington County has. Essentially, they've got 4 different funding sources for transportation. You can read them up there: local gas tax, road district, property tax, and the VRF. They just put the VRF in place this last year. They are looking at they have implemented a $30 vehicle registration fee. I want to go real quickly to the local property tax. You can no longer implement that because of Measure 5 and Measure 50. It was a rate that became a permanent rate when 5 and 50 moved through. But let's do some math here. So essentially they have 1,300 linear miles of roadway, and they have a whopping almost $50 million of annual revenue from those 4 tools that is on top of their state revenue that they get. So when folks ask me the question on why is Washington County building roundabouts in the middle of grain fields, it's because they can afford to do that. And it's not a bad thing to do. Capital construction up front, you build the infrastructure to serve future development. Your costs are cheaper, right-of-way is cheaper, bidding, all of that's cheaper, the cheaper construction. Let's move on to Multnomah County. Multnomah County, as you can see up here, 230 road miles. We want to make sure we're very clear for Multnomah County. They control all the bridges. So there's significant costs in downtown Portland with maintenance of their bridge systems that they have over the Willamette River. You can see they have local gas tax and VRF. On an annual basis, they're about $18 million. You good? You're looking at me just kind of, okay, good. Are you feeling chic? No?
Industrial chic.
Perfect. Clackamas County, 1,400 road miles within Clackamas County. What's the statement? Most road miles?
So of all the counties in Oregon, Clackamas County owns and operates more paved road miles than anybody.
Really?
Yep.
Yeah.
So that is excluding the road miles in cities, correct?
Correct. It's county only. County owned and operated, not cities, not state.
No, but to make sure, of the 1,400, there's about 40 plus of those that are county roads within city jurisdictions. Yes, which we'll talk about here in 1 second. I'm sorry, there was a question.
Well, I think you partly answered it for me when you mentioned the county roads. The 230 compared to 1,400, I guess even though there's a lot more pavement in the city of Portland, it's because the city controls those.
Yeah, Multnomah County gave jurisdiction of those to the city of Portland, most of them a while back.
Okay.
So, understanding that.
Actually, can I just make a point about the 1,400 road miles? So, is Clackamas County the biggest because Clackamas County has the most urban unincorporated of any place?
That's an interesting question. I don't think so. We're a big urban county, and we just have a lot of roads. We have a lot of rural and urban roads. I don't think that's why.
Aloha is on par with the sort of Oak Grove,
size,
Jennings Lodge area.
And it could be Washington County, does have several sizable cities that take up a lot of space. And so that could be part of it too. Malheur County has more road miles than we do, but a heck of a lot of them are gravel.
And we have a lot of rural fringe land, if you exception land. So if you think about, the urban hubs, urban growth boundary, then you have those fringe areas that are like 5-acre zones and 10-acre zones. We have a pretty sizable area comprised of that. Washington County, you go from the UGB to farmland.
Yep.
I mean, you go out there, you go driving down the road, and all of a sudden you're in prime farmland all up and down the area. So knowing the fact that, and one part that's missing from this presentation, and we get into it a little bit here in a second, is an acknowledgement of House Bill 2017. So when we were out having this discussion with the community and other interested parties a couple years ago, the dialogue was jaws of death, here's the deal, your costs are going up, the conditions of our road are going down, you have cost inflation, you have all those dialogues around pricing. Here's the single biggest public asset that the county owns as a whole, and we don't have a good funding source to, at a minimum, maintain it, okay? That's changed. And some of the slides that we skipped over talk about HB 2017 is revenue for all involved, on the transit side, on the road side, et cetera. The Clackamas County as a whole, we're looking at an increase of, $3 million this last year. By 2027, we're up to about $13 million, then it stays static. We are investing the majority of that money, and I say majority by, I think, almost close to probably 85%, give or take, rough. And we haven't done a percentage analysis of that. A large majority of that is going into maintenance. We're taking our annual road paving program and moving it from about $3 million annually to about $8.5 million. All that is arterials and collectors. We do not have a local road program for small local roads around the community. We are investing some money in safety. I don't think that's in there. And we are investing money in ADA ramps to be proactive in that arena. Okay. So knowing the fact that dealt with some of our problems, we are still have, our board said, hey, you know what, we still want to have a discussion around what our remaining needs are, okay? And we're going to come to in a second, a slide here about all of our needs, but there are about 7 or 8. They range from discussion around congestion relief and capital needs. Our capital funding with the loss of urban renewal and the inability to gain additional funds are dwindling. That's congestion relief projects, things of that nature. We're not talking whole new roads. We're talking turn lanes, signal improvements and enhancements, system enhancements. How do I get more people through with the same amount of area, intelligent signal controls, et cetera. We also don't have a local road program, and we also have a need for additional safety projects. I'm going to let Mike talk briefly about our safety audit or program we've developed.
So we have a transportation safety action plan that actually we do rely on all our cities on, whether you know it or not. We were the first county in Oregon to have our own plan, and we think we're the first county in the nation to have had one. I can't prove it, but we think it's true. Now others have caught on, and others have caught on, and others.
Say it. It becomes true.
Yeah, I have said it.
Say it often enough and loud enough.
I've said it.
Tweet it repeatedly.
Do it.
It will be so.
You know, I've stayed on point with it. So we were the first in the nation to have a transportation safety action plan.
Probably in the world.
And that's a quote.
That's breaking news. Yeah. So it's actually a really good thing. So we have a goal that by 2035 we will have 0 deaths and serious injuries on the roads in Clackamas County. And we're not saying Clackamas County roads, we're saying county and city and state highways and interstates, all of them. And the good way to look at that is if you ask people how many deaths are acceptable in the system, people actually normally give you an answer that's greater than 0. But then when you change it to, well, how many of your family members is okay, it's always 0. So that's our goal. There's no other goal. So we're actually updating it right now. It goes to the board for adoption in January, and it's actually going to have a project list of a whole bunch of things that, one, hit what they call the hot spots, which is where crashes have been repeating and injuries and fatalities have repeated. But in addition to that, we need to treat the whole system, because people don't get up in the morning saying, hey, I'm going to get into a crash today. That's not their goal. And people make mistakes when they're driving. And so we want to make it so a mistake shouldn't kill you, and a mistake shouldn't result in a debilitating injury. And so if we can add more shoulders and add rumble strips and increase our signing and our curb signing, reduce obstructions along the road. We don't know where the next person's going to make a mistake and fly off the road. We have no idea. So we have to treat the system and make the entire system safer. So that's our philosophy, and we're going to be putting some more money into that.
So we pulled a slide out that was important, and this is basically the same list that encompassed what our needs were as a county, just to make sure you understand those lists. One was arterials and collector roadways, multi-use bike paths, curb ramps, safety, local road maintenance program. We do not have a local road maintenance program. Capital construction, and last but not least was relocating our transportation maintenance facility. We are the proud owners of a transportation maintenance facility that's one of the first responders to a lot of the issues that we face around the region that happens to be in the floodplain. And we have a desire and a need to relocate that to make sure they can serve our public instead of serving us. I was there in '96. I saw the Abernathy flow backwards, the most amazing thing I've ever seen in my life. Those are our issues. So backing up, knowing that, we put that whole list in front of 29 business representatives, and we said, hey, you know what? We're just talking about what needs are. We want to know what your values are, what your concerns are, what your desires are. What would you like to see public dollars be directed towards? These three things resonated. And I want to make sure you understand the fact that we kept maintenance of arterials and collectors off there because we already had money set aside to fund that. So the remaining issues, they talked about a desire for congestion. Congestion is big. It's capital projects. People are getting frustrated by sitting in lines. It's not the area it used to be. I can't get from point A to point B as quickly as I could before. Obviously, we have more people in the region. Next was a local road program. They had a desire for that. Last but not least was safety. Safety was near and dear to a lot of their hearts. We asked them about funding. You know, hey, here are different funding options. What are your thoughts about a VRF? They support it. And keep in mind, these are representatives from these different business entities, chambers, et cetera. We also talked to them about a strategic investment fund, which we'll talk more about here in just in 1 second. So from there, we went and talked to C4, Clackamas County Coordinating Committee. We posed 4 questions for consideration. First question, is there interest from C4 representatives to move forward a vehicle registration fee adopted by the Board of County Commissioners? You were at C4 retreat. I was at the C4 retreat. It's the only thing that we got consensus on. You were there at C4 retreat. It is the only thing that we got consensus on from those folks that are there and those folks that were voting. I think for the whole entire weekend, I just was like, stop. Let's just stop right now and walk away. It continued to get support. There were some questions that needed to be answered. And so one of those questions was, okay, you know what, if we're going to do this VRF, what's the rate? So you got to talk about what the rate is. The rate is a product of 2 things. One, what is the impact to your driving community in regards to the cost that's coming out of our citizens' pocket to do the good work that they'd like to see us do? And secondly, what's the revenue that it creates? So if you start, why I think a lot of our citizens would like to see a lower rate, obviously the lower the rate, the less we can do. And you start having a discussion around what is a reasonable rate. You can go, I believe the number is $54. When HB 2017 passed, it increased the vehicle registration rate. You can increase it to, and I think it's the highest, $54 right now. We had been talking in previous efforts, 20, 15, 30. I've had business come to me and say, do $54.
I was pushing hard for 45.
You were pushing. We had folks that were pushing to raise it, right? And we'll talk about what $30 raises here in a second. But the discussion we've had and the information gathering exercise we did with the business reps, you saw, I don't like 5, I don't like 10, 20 is getting better, 20 to 30 to 35 is getting good, 40, oh my gosh, you know, it's a little bit too high, just kind of their gut check. So there was a sweet spot in there around $30. And so that's kind of where we landed. Is there interest in the strategic investment fund? Yes. That fund is, and if there is, what's the set aside? So what is that fund? That fund is essentially an idea that we had on how do we set aside a certain percentage of the county's portion of the money. So keep in mind it's a 60-40 split. So if we set aside a portion of the county's money, how do we use that money to work more collaboratively from jurisdiction to jurisdiction, sub-regionally between our cities and our counties to perform a number of different options that we may have common values around or ideas around. They like the idea. We're going to talk more about it in next slides. And the percentage they liked for a set aside was 10%. There was discussion about more. There was discussion around bumping that number up to 40%, doing reducing the county's percentage more, and also reducing the city's portion more. Obviously, didn't get a lot of support from the cities. Shocked by that. But I mean, it's just a perception and discussion around what do you want to do with that fund, and how does that fund get used? But when you talk about half in the city's money, I mean, some of these cities, it's based off population. They are not getting, I go out to Estacada and talk to Estacada, I think they're getting $68,000.
A couple stop signs.
Yeah. And
so it's based on population?
Yeah.
Yes. And let me, I can show you, I think that's next. Oh, before I get into it, we talked to city staff. We wanted to make sure, Mike went out, met with a lot of city staff to figure out kind of, hey, because they're a part of the dialogue, if cities get money, kind of what are their priorities? And their priorities kind of fell into these three various areas. One, some cap, and it depends on how much the city is getting. You'll see from the population distribution and the revenue, some cities are getting enough, they might be able to do some capital, some match for some capital funding. Some won't. There isn't enough money there. Paving, general maintenance, sidewalks, and ADA was a big thing with all of our jurisdiction. There's obviously a big focus on that with some of the new information coming out of Portland and ODOT. We talked to the community leadership. We worked through committee for community involvement. We want to thank you so much, because we didn't have a presentation scheduled this week, and we just were missing going out on the road. We just
had no idea what you were going to do with
Mike and I missed one another. We spent Monday in Oak Grove. We spent Tuesday at Rhododendron. Week before that, we had Molalla. We had Estacada. But it's been good outreach. Attendance isn't what we'd like to see, but it's been good discussion. We can talk more at the end here about the comments that we heard. You had some for, you had some against. You had some concerns with the $30. You had, what are you going to use it for? And I think that I'll point to Estacada as a great example. Estacada was a pretty passionate crowd, for lack of a better term. But I think by the end, there was at least an understanding around it. We didn't sway everybody there, because our effort is not to sway anyone. The discussion is we're informing you of the fact that if you want these services, here is how we can pay for them. We share the fact that, as everyone does, we get calls every day to do projects. And we are very honest with them. We do not have money to do the projects that you want. You go to every one of these jurisdictions, they all want a project. And we ask them, how are you going to fund that? Because we can't find a way to fund that work. Doesn't mean we're cutting service. Doesn't mean we're going to reduce service. We're going to give you the same service around safety that we can right now with the funding we have. But if you want more, here's a way to get to more. So with that, let's skip that. Here are the breakdowns. So this is assuming a $30 vehicle registration fee. You can see Milwaukee is there based on population. Number north of $400,000. I love to point out Portland at a whopping $15,000. But you can see, obviously, total revenue there is north of, what was it, 11.5?
It'd be double that one, yeah. 11, a little over 11.
Yep. That county figure assumes 50%, because that assumes our 10% set aside for the Strategic Investment Fund. Let's talk about that. Any questions on that before I move? Okay. There are two things that we're thinking about for the Strategic Investment Fund, and that doesn't mean that it can change. First and foremost, each of these programs will be administered through C4. And there will have to be, if this is approved by the board, there will have to be discussion with C4 about setting up kind of some standards and processes around these dollars. There are two primary areas that we think there's a possibility around, one of which is capital. So if there is a capital project that may be identified on a number of TSPs, on a city priority list and a county priority list or two city priority lists, there can be an ask made to C4 to possibly fund a certain amount up to $1 million annually for that particular project. It will be a competitive process. I think it'll be a discussion around how cities and counties work more collaboratively together about how we spend our money, trying to get our hands and direct those $1 million towards various projects. On the capital side, I don't see that happening every year. I see it happening probably every 2 to 5 years. Maybe it's gap financing. I think about 213 in Beaver Creek in Oregon City. That project's running north of 20 million?
Oh, yeah, it's probably 30.
30 million bucks. You know, maybe OC comes in one day and says, hey, I need $1 million this year to cover some gap financing for increased interest costs on that. That has a county benefit, it has a city benefit, has multiple city benefits when you look at Malala. I mean, it's kind of a competitive process like that. And what has the most regional benefit is kind of the way I envision it. You could also bond against those dollars if C4 chooses to. $1 million is not going to get you a ton of money on debt service. But, you know, roughly it's probably, depending on how long the debt term is, it can get you more and more the longer term that you get. So, but in all honesty, it's probably an ask, $1 million ask every 2 to 5 years. The big thing we want to move forward, though, is jurisdictional transfer of roads. This is of interest not only to the cities that we have, because the cities want control of the roads, but they want to make sure those roads are in prime or in a level of quality that is reasonable for the city to assume responsibility for the road. There's about 40 miles, give or take, based on an estimated cost of construction to replace those roads with a 2-inch overlay. And based on the fact you get $1 million of revenue a year, it's going to take 7 to 10 years to transfer every county road we have within Clackamas County. These are dollars that would be essentially given to the city to take the road. The city can then leverage those dollars against other grant funds to what we call urbanize the road. We have a lot of comments and coordination with our cities about the fact that they want county roads in city boundaries to be designed to city standards. We don't do that. I have 16 cities in Clackamas County. I can't maintain 16 different road designs. I'm not saying they differ a ton, but there are small community values that get transferred as a part of that road cross-section in a number of our cities that we just don't have the expertise at the time or the ability to maintain. But it allows those cities to urbanize those streets to the way they'd like to see them developed. This is a standardized process. We've done a couple of them recently with Lake Oswego, Canby, Happy Valley,
Malala, Estacada.
Yes. Basically, it's we want to transfer this road. We go out there and do a cost estimate on it. Board agrees to it, concurs to it. We write you a check. You accept the road. You take the money. Seems to be the best way to do it. You don't want us doing the work because 9 times out of 10, the cities want to do something different to the road or may want to do more to the road, but you can leverage that money however you see fit. It has to be used for roads, though.
And on that road? No.
Can be used on any road.
Anything that's legal to use road fund on.
So how do you deal, or how would you deal with roads that, if the city's on one half of the street and the other half across the street, let's take it like a portion of Harmony or a portion of Linwood. Mm-hmm. County lines on one side of the street, city lines on the other side of the street. Are those kinds of roads?
Either the city or the county owns the road.
No, I know.
No, but sometimes the boundary is down the middle. Is that what you mean? That one side of the road is inside the city and one is not. Right. So one thing that we've done with a lot of cities, Lake Oswego, we've done this actually quite a bit because they've got a lot. I'm looking at your map there at the northeast part where you have a lot of. It's like a quilt. So one thing we do with a lot of cities is we just do an intergovernmental agreement. We don't actually transfer the jurisdiction because you can't, from what I've heard from city attorneys, you can't take it if it's not actually in the city, but you can assume all maintenance responsibilities and all permitting authority for it through an intergovernmental agreement. Okay. And so we've done that a lot. And then one day when it actually does fall in the city, we just transfer it.
Why can't they annex it?
Cities could annex it.
Annexing, yeah. But what he's saying is if it's not in your jurisdiction, you can't get the road from the county because it's not in your city.
Yeah.
And keep in mind, unlike cities, we have our roads, we don't have our roads in fee. We have easements over them. So all that dialogue around annexation, if you think about the road is split down the center because the underlying property owners that on both sides of the roads own to the center of the road. We just have an easement on top.
Really?
Yep.
Yeah.
So taking the Linwood example, in Milwaukee, like the Milwaukee half, the road belongs to the city, and the county half, it
belongs to the property
owner. It actually belongs to the property owner.
I'll be honest, I don't do annexations a lot. I'll leave that to the experts that are in the room. But I don't believe you guys transfer your road from fee or from easement to fee when you take a road in an annexation, do you?
I don't have a county and a city engineer. No, I'm just kidding. I'll have to get you a response.
You wouldn't. But I mean, the encumbrance is the same.
Yeah.
But it is true we have easements.
But it does affect annexation rules pretty dramatically.
Actually, I don't think it does. So we're not the experts. But
we play them on TV.
Yeah. Well, but there was a decision made that said that even though we have our roads in easements, that we're still considered our property owner for annexation purposes.
We had the Luba decision that came through. It was a dialogue around Mount Scott and Happy Valley. It deals with the way in which you annex. Yeah. So if it's 100% consent, now the county has become a consenter in that decision because we have the public's interest in the road. So where you have cherry stem annexations that you use the road, we have to consent to that.
Correct.
Yeah.
But that's my point. If you're going to transfer a road to us, well, I don't want to just transfer the maintenance responsibilities. I want the actual right of way.
That's what we want as well.
That's what we want as well.
Okay. And you can annex the right of way. Cities do it. Some choose not to.
Yep. Depends in the city.
Okay.
Some want to annex the road and not take any maintenance responsibility, which is a discussion we keep.
Yeah, I'm sure that's real popular.
Yeah.
So when you say there's 40 miles, are you counting roads where it's city one side, county the other side, or you're counting ones that are entirely?
I honestly don't know the answer to that.
Okay.
Yeah, and it's ever changing.
I imagine.
I can't imagine that we would want to go down the road, especially since, I mean, we sort of have a growing list of reasons why folks should annex. And I don't think that taking maintenance over of a road and then that just sort of kicks the can down the road even further, I think, in terms of.
I mean, if it takes the county a longer time, but we could put it on our.
I don't know. But my question is, you said it can only, the money, so if we were to do that, the money can only be spent on roads. And I want to make sure I understand that you are not, that we're not saying, does that mean curbs, gutters, sidewalks?
Yeah, it can only be used on things that are legal to spend road fund on. And so, per the Oregon Constitution. So, yeah, sidewalks in the right-of-way, sidewalks, drainage, all that's fine.
Okay.
But so, example, like separated ped paths that are like 15 years, no.
How much of in the right-of-way?
Yep.
That's the answer. Okay.
Yeah.
So drainage, all of that.
Railroad.
Curb, gutter.
Yeah, railroad, good example.
You could collect a bunch of money from road transfers in and around the community, and if you, as a board or as a council, make a decision to pool those funds and do improvements on railroad or wherever, that's your choice. Yep.
So we would, that's a more gray one. But yes.
Okay, thank you.
So we talk about the impact to motorists. We are very clear with our citizens when we are out presenting to them the fact that it is a $30 per year fee. It hits you every 2 years when you register your vehicle for a total of additional increase of $60. We have questions around what it applies to. Obviously, it applies to motorcycles, cars, pickup trucks, vans, everything else. It excludes farm equipment, heavy trucks because they pay weight mile. I have the list down here. It excludes RVs, snowmobiles, golf cart. I mean, it has a long laundry list by statute on basically what it excludes. But we are very, very clear with them about what it is allowed on. You have folks that have concern about that. You have folks that, we have folks that tell us, I've got 7 trucks.
You can afford 7 trucks, you can afford.
And we are honest with them. If you have 7, we had a gentleman up in Rhodey, I think, who was really honest. He said, I have 7 cars. I don't drive them all the time. I said, I know, but, and I appreciate that. And I appreciate you're not going to like paying an additional $30 in every one of those cars. And I can appreciate that. But I'm telling you that if you want these improvements, if you want, like we said, Welch's Road. We're up at Resort at the Mountain. We have a lot of interest in sidewalks and safe passage for folks who want to walk up and down Welch's Road. We have no way, especially in our rural area, to fund those kind of improvements. You can't get Metro money for it, obviously. There's no other grant money that's around. If you value these improvements, here's a way to pay for them. Wrapping up. We've talked to business, we've talked to the community, talked to C4. We're going to follow up. I think there's an update. Mike is going to be presenting to C4 here in December. And then we're meeting with the Board of County Commissioners on December 18th at 11 a.m. to update them on our outreach to date. Our assumption is we'll probably give this general presentation, probably give the more complete presentation, and then ask their guidance on which way they'd like to move. A request, obviously, from our Board of County Commissioners is to have support of the cities. We're partners in this discussion. And we look forward to the City of Milwaukee's support as we move forward, as discussed about the letter we're requesting today. And you're looking
I've assumed you've read Kelly's letter. Have you read Kelly's letter?
It's amazing, and I think
Because I just wanted to make sure that you were happy with it before we approved it.
Kelly, are you happy with your letter?
Yes.
I love Kelly's letter.
I based it off the template.
I love Kelly.
But included some relevant language about the city. So I think he would be happy with the letter.
Great. Happy to answer any questions you might have.
I have one question.
She can't prove it, but she thinks he would be happy
I can prove it.
Yeah, I'm gonna pull a letter up real quick.
Are there restrictions under the state law on the use of the funds as there are with at the state constitutional level for the other funds? Because this, says recreational trails is one thing we could spend the money on. I just want to confirm that what are our boundaries?
Yeah, I mean, based on what was just described, I should revise that piece of it. So if in talking to DOJ many times about where you can spend gas tax money, the right-of-way is a really easy way. If it's within the right-of-way, it's fine. If you have a trail that's outside the right-of-way, it has to be actually connected to the road system in some way, so you'll actually find some connect. Anyway, there are some ways to use it, but it has to operate like a road, so it's a little complicated. Sometimes you can do overcrossings, but to be consistent, I believe if you guys would be okay, I would take the recreational trails piece out and just focus on bike paths and other descriptors.
But that's gas tax, and VRF is just all the same rules?
Everything that is about a car or vehicle registration fee, gas tax, that goes into gas tax restricted funds, right, Mike?
Yes. Yeah.
Thanks. So if you guys are okay with me making that correction, I may have gotten a little hopeful on recreational trails, and I should take that out.
I just didn't want anyone to read it and be misled, and if it turns out we can't use it for that.
Yeah, I think overall what it would allow us to do, an additional $414,000 a year would provide our capital program with additional resources that would allow flexibility in other ways, right? So if I can spend those resources on a gas tax eligible use, which then would allow other funds which aren't restricted to go to a recreational trail. You could get there that way, but I don't have to have it.
Okay. Any other questions? Comments?
So what they need from us tonight is just consensus that we want to do the staff letter and move it forward. Is that it? So
yes.
We don't have a motion or anything.
Well, we could move and vote to approve Kelly's letter.
Before. Yeah. So I came to your Oak Grove, your Rose Villa talk last week.
Oh.
In fact, I'm probably the reason you're here, because I reported back on that. But I'm all in support of the letter, and I'm all in support of the fee. But I will tell you that my read of that room is that the CPOs do not feel they were consulted in this process. And I'm a little worried that you're going to have some backlash like we had on the Selwood Bridge.
The Selwood Bridge backlash.
That was Dan Holliday.
Let me rephrase that.
Well,
a lot of the backlash that we got, not we, that was received, I wasn't a part of that, but was around you raise it in Clackamas County, you spend it in Clackamas County. Mm-hmm. And that was the primary message and concern that we heard from folks in and around the region in Clackamas Counly.
Especially
and they couldn't get their heads around the fact that why am I raising money here and spending it here?
Yeah.
I'll agree with this. I'll agree with the CPO discussion. But the frustrating part to me, we've got so many committees. We go for the Committee on Community Involvement, and the discussion was, as CPO leaders, get your people to come to this meeting.
And
Nobody.
That was the intent. So we didn't have to do 56 different meetings in and around the community. I mean, the intent was to use large scale public engagement because it creates discussion and dialogue. That didn't materialize. And now we have this break off dialogue around, and there's frustration, open, honest discussion and frustration around the fact that it's my fourth presentation today, I'm losing my voice. But presentation or discussions around, concerns around representation, they have concerns about C4. They have concerns about, and
they should bloody well incorporate.
They have, I am sharing the concerns they have. They have concerns about equity of those dollars. They have concerns about how those, about the 10% set aside. The dialogue that I have with them is, I appreciate those concerns, but fundamentally, Clackamas County is getting a significant amount of revenue to do projects in our rural and in our urban areas that the entire community will benefit from. And it's our job, Mike's job and my job, if this gets approved, to then develop a plan about how those dollars get geographically spent. I can't answer questions like I heard at Oak Grove around, I want Oak Grove money to stay in Oak Grove.
Yeah.
That's impossible. And plus, it derails the system because it reduces the revenue stream. If you get so focused on geographic boundaries, the use of that money gets so whittled down, the buying value of those dollars. Now, is it our job to make sure a project maybe get in that area? Yes, it is. Because the entire county is raising those funds. So that's important to us, and that's our job. It's also our job to work with the cities to see how we use those monies efficiently and effectively. Because I love the idea of pooling our money with cities, do common projects. You know, railroad's a great example. You know, I've been thinking about railroad ever since.
How about that Harmony Road rail?
How about Sunnybrook West?
Oh, yeah.
I did out loud. I'm just messing with that. I was skinnier and I wasn't as gray before I inherited that project. But
that'll never happen.
Oh, no. It's water under the bridge. But literally, yeah. Actually, we've changed the plan. It's all good. But the discussion is there are projects out there that we have mutual benefit, and it's like, how do we leverage all of our money collectively and collaboratively to get those projects moving forward? And there are good ways to do that, and this just gives us another tool to do that. So. I have to go feed my kids, so are we good?
Okay. Yeah, we're
kids?
good. Oh my, do we make a motion?
Yes, please.
I would make a motion that we approve Kelly approve staff sending a letter in support of the $30 vehicle registration fee.
With the revisions requested?
Yeah, with the revision to the recreational trails.
Yes.
Okay.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve Kelly's letter for forwarding to the Clackamas County Commission with revisions. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None heard. It passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Go forth.
Thanks so much for the time tonight.
Thank you very much. Sorry to
hanging
keep
out.
you so late.
Man, I love the discussion around your facility. That was
riveting.
I told you how fun we are.
Yeah, how often do you get color palettes at a presentation?
That carpet blows my mind.
Hey, you just wait till we have the discussions about building the new county courthouse on the budget committee. Oh, yeah.
Night.
So we bumped the CCA meal discussion to now. So that is your next agenda topic.
All right.
So what? I didn't hear what you said.
The CCA dinner.
Yes.
Oh,
is
that's
now our
right.
next
I forgot
topic.
we had that discussion.
And we're not
just
having
fair warning.
session?
We're at least but
no
we are
executive
probably
session.
at least 30 minutes from being done because we've got that discussion and I have a list of things that we still need to talk about. So just fair warning.
Okay.
Before you get too excited about being done. Go for it.
Clackamas County dinners.
I think that, somebody was treating the Clackamas County dinner as their own to plan and not bringing it to council, I guess. But I think, we should have been having council discussions about this dinner at whatever point, changes were being contemplated to both place, date, and topic. I still think a dinner in downtown Milwaukee focused on Milwaukee Bay Park and the housing stuff we're doing in Milwaukee is preferable. And if March is the best date we can get, I mean, summer would be better, but if March is the best date we can get for it, I think March is better than a dinner out in the hinterlands. Yeah.
So just so you know, we did contact a number of people to trade dates. We were not able to get any of those dates. So the only option for us, if we didn't do it in January for this year, would be that we would do it in the summer.
July.
Lake O takes the entire month off in August, so they're gone. Other communities drastically reduced their schedule in July and going into September. So that's part of why they've been resistant to having meals during that time. We don't set that. We've been a part of a group that sets that. We can make that desire known, but you're going to have a lower participation rate. We also, just in full disclosure, the first year I did this, and actually I think even the year before I got here, we had set that January was our date because we wanted to do a legislative event. So that actually has been set for several years. So they just always give us that. We don't have to have it moving forward, and I have no problem changing that, but just in full disclosure, they actually have cut that date for us every year. And that's part of why it's now hard to move it, because we had secured it for so many years that nobody else has really thought about that. So those are the only pieces that I wanted to make sure added into this, but otherwise we can keep talking about it.
I thought somebody had said that the March was willing to trade.
No, I just reported that that's when Lake Oswego's was.
Oh.
They have March.
And they were not willing to trade.
In part because it's short notice for everybody in order to find something.
Right.
Well, if one of the thoughts is to showcase Milwaukee Bay Park, I mean, couldn't we still go ahead and do something in the summer, like July or whatever? It just wouldn't be a city's dinner per se, but it would be something we would invite everybody, to come, and maybe we have hors d'oeuvres or, high tea or something. I mean, whatever.
Well, I mean, I just think that, we could do that, or we could do a city's dinner in July, and who comes, and who doesn't.
Yeah. And in January, it's so cold and wet and whatever that maybe we'd even get a better turnout in July. I mean, whatever.
The county commissioners do all come, typically, more or less. I mean, more of them come than not. Maybe not all.
Well, if the county commissioners are your interest, I mean, Molalla, Estacada, whoever could care less about our park, and frankly, the only people that have any input on our park in any way, shape, or form, the only other city is Happy Valley. And that's not going to be a particularly positive conversation in any case. So I don't think having the cities at our presentation about our park, however regional it is, it's still only North Clackamas Parks District. North Clackamas Parks District is limited to us and Happy Valley and unincorporated Clackamas County. So if we want to have a event where we invite the county commissioners to have a dog and pony show and explain to them how regional this is and whatever else we want to do, that's one thing. But I think dragging the people from Molalla and Estacada and all that stuff.
Listen, Molalla and Estacada don't, sure, a few people come from there, but the main participants are the metro area cities. It's mostly Lake Oswego, Happy Valley, West Lynn. The bulk of participants come from there. Some come from Canby, some come from Estacada, some come from Sandy.
Most of Sandy comes most times.
But I mean, don't throw Molalla out there as the audience.
Whatever. West Lynn could care less about our park.
Well, actually, I think it's part of building. It's not just about the park. It's about everything that's going on in town. It's about South Downtown. It's about Northwest Housing Alternatives. It's about Axle Tree. It's about the library. It's an opportunity to show everything that's going on in downtown. And
to what end?
Because we got a walking tour in Lake Oswego. I wasn't able to attend, but many of you did. And it sparked a lot of conversations about what the city was doing and what their priorities were. And I think that showcasing that and showcasing how important housing is to us and how important the library is to us. And I actually agreed with Lisa on a lot of her points because I think she's right. I think having a dinner out in unincorporated area doesn't give us any opportunities to do any of that, other than to talk about it in sort of, we can talk about it, but
Well, I don't have any
it's
argument
not
with that. It's just
visible.
good luck finding a place, which Scott put a lot of effort into finding a place in
Well,
downtown.
I love the idea of a hosted event at the park, and you can't do that unless it's July.
Right, and this year, our time that we're scheduled is January. I mean, we can do it in
We
August.
could do another one in July.
We can do it in July.
We do not have budget to do two of these, just to be really clear.
No, no.
Like, I can't do both. I'm happy to move it.
We'll be much, and if we want to have a housing discussion, we'll be much further along in our housing discussion in the summertime. We have only just we haven't even kicked off. Thursday, we will be kicking off the housing
thing was not my
block.
idea either.
Well,
But that's the topic of our conversation. That's what we decided was going to happen. And so we're going to have if we do this in July, we're going to have a conversation in July about, it's going to be pretty mushy. There won't be a lot to talk about yet.
You mean in January?
In January, right, sorry, yeah.
And by July, I think there would be the opportunity to walk around Northwest Housing's campus, not inside the buildings, but I think their external is probably going to be, at the rate they're going to be tourable then. There could be a great walking tour of downtown Milwaukee as a precursor, which some of the cities have done, right? They've done walking tours as an optional precursor. I do think that Lake Oswego one was that's probably one of the two best ones I've been to since I've gone to those dinners.
Well, we're already into December. I admit, I think a lot of these are really good ideas, and I also want to say one other thing too. So I would think it would be difficult to not do something in January, especially since we've got speakers, I think, already talked to, and, we don't have...
I put a hold on this. As soon as we started getting into this, I held on to speakers.
But it seems to me, too, that one of the major concerns in the foundation of this is that in the past, the city council has determined, yeah, we want January, and here's what we're going to have for the program, and who do we have as speakers, and that type of thing.
Which past are we talking about?
In the last 2 or 3 years. In the 3 years we've been doing a legislative event, the council has been included in the discussion about what the evening would include. And
we brought, so just
and we
to
helped
be
get
fair,
speakers for it.
I didn't actually last year. No. The first year I did. But there was sort of this consistent theme that we wanted to go down this path. So that's my bad, but we didn't actually. Wilda, you were involved because you knew some of the elected officials. Okay. And so you actually did additional outreach to try and get them. Yeah. But because the topic wasn't changing and the date wasn't changing and the food wasn't changing, we didn't actually have a big conversation.
And formally, it wasn't also a big topic of council discussion. It was
to get to that point.
It
so I guess that's the basic question
is
who determined in the beginning it would be a legislative event and that it would be in January?
That year it was definitely a big discussion
that determined that. But I mean, truly I have no problem with us doing something in January with housing, but if the majority of council feel, and I agree that it would be fun and interesting to showcase all of the things that are going on, so I'm just kind of neutral on the whole thing, but I'm just trying to see what the foundation is and what the kinds of options are that would work for the better good of everyone.
So having been on council 6 years, before I was mayor, I do not recall ever being consulted other than kind of here's what we're doing for the council dinner.
And to be fair, when it was Jeremy, that actually is the recollection of staff, is that the mayor
and that's
was
the way it was
the
before that too.
More involved.
So
doesn't mean we have to keep going down that path, and it doesn't mean it was
I'm
right.
happy
It's
to
simply
take
a statement.
input, but that's not how it's always been done. So don't say that.
Well, it is the way it was done when we did the council, when we moved to the Monday and the legislative, because Pat Duvall and probably Scott with her went and investigated all kinds of locations. We looked at doing it at the Pendleton next to the Tacoma station.
Oh, God, I remember that.
We went and looked at, they went to all kinds of locations scouting and settled on Bob's Red Mill. And there were discussions then about agenda and agenda, who's invited, and location.
But the concept was determined before that, and then there were conversations around where and details. So
this, to be clear, council can have as much authority or can give as much authority to a member of your council as you'd like. We can move it. I've signed contracts, but I have not. We still have options for moving the contracts if we need to for other events. I don't know about selecting a date in July because I have to talk to the other cities. I simply haven't. So we could choose to host something, but we're sort of imposing upon them this expectation that now there's going to be an event in July. We haven't talked to them about that. So we can come back and have further conversation on that front if you want to do it. My concern is that I do actually have to execute this contract. And I have to get speakers if we're going to do it in July.
January.
Sorry, thank you. That date, yes. We will do whatever you guys want. I just wanted to make sure that, kind of we can flex on certain things and I don't control certain things. And that is namely that this is a broader regional discussion.
I must admit, too, that the thought that's going through my mind right now is what it means if we do something, what it means staff-wise if we do something like at the park, and how we organize that, and the rental of all of the equipment.
It's substantial.
And that type of thing. I mean, we're talking, I think, rather a huge expense for something like that.
Yes.
Well, what do we pay for the tent that we rent for the solstice?
A few $1,000s, I can get you the budget, but we were just talking on the sidelines about what we end up paying for the dinner. It ends up being about $1,000. It sounds like after we recollect the cost that we charge everybody.
What we collect doesn't cover the cost of the dinner?
No, we subsidize this in your budget. And so that's part of this too, is there's a limit on how much I can charge in order to recoup that. So part of what Scott's been basing his research on has been where can we afford to be in order to offset within that cost margin? And also just where do we have? I will also disclose that at one point, Council President Beatty said, well, if we were going to have this in our city by the time of the dinner, I might feel differently. So I've had a conversation with Denny and I've said, foot to the metal, like you've got to get this done. He won't have it in January. It will be well underway. I've asked him to have it done by February. So that's just full disclosure to you too, because it's been languishing and we need to get it done.
What?
So that's a different problem.
We should have annexed the college a year ago.
A year ago.
Oh my God, yeah.
And there were debates between our planning and engineering team. And
I don't know why they didn't come in.
Well, because we've been doing a climate action plan and a vision plan.
Yeah,
and a
they've had a lot of
comprehensive
things on their plate.
They're very busy.
Applications.
So it's not their fault.
No, it's not. Of course
it
not.
got parked.
Of course not. Yeah, like I said, and I remember when we were looking at doing it at the Pendleton building, and one of the reasons we chose not to, in addition to where it was and how to get there and whatever, was because of all the expense of having to rent tables, rent linens, rent dishes, bring a caterer in, blah, blah, blah. I mean, all the ancillary things that we had to do for that. And this would be even more so because we would also need, like, tenting and whatever. I'm not sure what all we'd need. I'm not sure what we'd need. But as I think about that, I'm concerned about that piece
Well, I mean,
of
we
it.
did it for the park, the open house thing, right? We did, it wasn't a sit-down, it wasn't a sit-down dinner. But I mean, we put up a tent, we had a caterer bring food. I mean, yes, this would need to be.
At a time that was less likely to rain.
Right. You didn't have to have your population sitting under, which you wouldn't in July either. You might need shade, but you wouldn't need it for rain.
We also are building out the building right now, below me. In my office, that's part of why we have those garage doors, so that we will have more options in downtown that we control. There's some hope that with the Axle Tree development that you're going to end up with a large usable space that could be a restaurant space. So there is some hope that by next year we're also having a different conversation about downtown in particular. I'm not trying to dissuade you or persuade you one way or the other, but hopefully we will start having more options in downtown. That's important too.
So by July, in Milwaukee Bay Park, what will have happened or be happening or going on? Will any of the new Phase 3 have been started?
We will not be done.
But if it were July of 20, then it should be pretty
Might be
near
big yellow
finished.
machines driving around.
Well, if it's,
Well, they've
if
got to be
it's,
finished by a certain time because of the
Permit, the court
permit.
my recommendation for that, if we did this a year from now, if we were talking forward instead of backwards, would actually be that you have a new library and that we would be bringing in tables and we would be doing this whole thing in the library to show off the new facility and doing a walking thing at that point. Because that's why we did it. That's part of why we built that kind of space, is so we could have those discussions. So I think there's more, like I said, there's going to be more options in downtown, some of which we control, which will be really helpful.
Well,
and to go back, go ahead.
I was just going to say, for the time period that we're in now and thinking of the future, perhaps that's something for us to think about, is go ahead with what we have planned for this year, but know that in July of 2020, we want to do a city's dinner, whether it's usual for them to do one in July or not. We want to do it, and if somebody else wants to take January, let them do it.
Well, we can ask for June. I mean, that's the other thing.
Or
is
June,
we can then ask for the June
that,
date
right.
if that's
whatever
what we wanna
month
do
seems to
have
be the
something.
best.
Yeah.
You know, in there. So
Did anybody, you asked Wilsonville, and you asked about changing for March and June or something, was that it?
We reached out to Lake Oswego, Wilsonville, Oregon City, because those are the dates that we were looking at, and Lake Oswego came up. And I just mentioned they had March because they're the ones who suggested the housing thing. And the other, they all declined to switch for 19.
And do we know, does that include September? Because September could still work
They have the traditional, CCA has not happened
until October.
until October. Then it's October, and then they don't do it in November and December. So it's monthly, 7 months a year.
To me, you know, the third week of September is darn near the best time in Oregon.
yeah, it is nice.
September is.
I think the hesitant.
hasn't changed yet
The
either, so that's a good thing.
The problem with September is that it's conference season and LOC.
Oh, we got LOC.
And back to school, and cities are already
I
pretty,
think that's one
pretty
reason why
slammed.
they don't, yeah.
I forgot
And if I recall correctly, October in the past is, maybe I'm thinking that, but some cities have done the Street of Dreams for this, and so that schedule has just sort of.
October would be so close to Halloween, too.
Yeah.
And you couldn't count on good weather in third week in October or fourth week in
Well,
October.
if you're looking
but
at the
you
park,
could.
if you're doing park-specific stuff,
So
then
June or
you
July.
have a limited window. If we're talking about just
The library and
dinner
the
generally,
Axelrod building.
Because of staff changes at Wilsonville, who's, for whatever reasons, the city has been managing the calendar on this. We don't have a 2020 calendar. We have through 2019, but that's almost here.
We want some specific time in 2020. Get it in there first.
They've never really denied our requests, and we've kind of, to my observation, we've been the only city really paying attention, because we asked for January's, and then we said, hey, everyone stick to the fourth Thursday, so that we, because there was the conflicts that happened all the time.
Well, and we used to be on
And
the
they've kind of
schedule where
acquiesced.
We rotated. I mean, we didn't
Yeah.
have it every year. We had
No.
it every other year.
We had it in February of 14, and then 15, 16, 17, we were January.
Yeah.
Because, most cities don't necessarily, not
don't
every
host
city
it
gets it every year.
Right.
Yeah.
So it sounds like maybe for next time, we want to have a more robust conversation about all of these issues. And for tonight.
Heard loudly.
January, where are folks about January? And we're skipping January and moving to July.
You're not asking me, are you?
I'm asking the group that, because that's the question that's been asked. You know, we've gone beyond the question now. We're talking about 2020.
Are you talking about 2020?
No.
2019.
I'm asking 2019. I'm trying to bring us back.
She wants to go to bed.
Trying to bring us back. So get out of here before 10.
Yeah.
Lisa, I agree. I agreed with you, but I also recognize that it's very short notice, and I think that
I'm
we go
concerned about that.
January. But I would like to be involved in a little bit more about maybe next year and formatting.
It's not called the mayor's dinner. It's called the city's dinner. So it's
yeah, and it doesn't really matter. I mean, if a previous council decided that, and that's the direction that staff has been following, I think that's fine. But I think that we've heard now.
But now we know
that there's interest in changing that.
Yeah.
That mixing that up, and I think that it's a little too late now. But going forward, maybe.
I personally have no trouble with canceling January and saying we'll have a dinner in July. I don't see why that's a bad idea. We don't know the costs, and we might end up, trying to have it in the half-built parking bay if it really is that exotic.
We're not trying
that wouldn't happen.
Just so you know.
I think, I think the January dinner just sucks all the way around. I will just put it out that way. Date, location, topic not of what it should be about Milwaukee.
I think I would agree with Lisa. And I also, for the record, and I've already shared this with Ann, I agree with what Angel said. I think that there should be a more council discussion, especially when you're changing location, topic, and date, and having it outside the city. And ultimately, had we had this discussion, we may have come down with, well, this college is or the campus is the right place to go, and it just, the discussion didn't happen.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So, just coming back to Angel's question, do we want to cancel it? Because I can. I can't guarantee the July date. I can look into it.
Well, we can do it we can guarantee that we're doing it in July. Whether or not people show up is a totally different.
Right. You don't actually have budget.
So then what is the point? So
we don't have budget. Hold on one second. If we
haven't determined what it looks like in July, so we don't even know what it's going to cost. So you're saying we don't have a budget, but we do have a budget. It's a budget item that we budget every time, and we have money for it. We're going to spend it in January, or we're not going to spend it in January. We're going to spend it some other time.
Sort of. We have $1,000 that we have. What I heard during this conversation was an interest in doing an outdoor venue and tenting. And if that's not what you guys are talking about, then that's great. But I can't, all I'm saying is I just can't make commitments towards any more than $1,000 in that. And I will put it out there, but I also need to talk to the other cities just out of respect.
I think it would cost you a whole lot more than $1,000. It will cost several $1,000s to rent the dishes, the tables, the chairs, the tent. Even if you don't have to tent it, you've got all those other expenses. And having been responsible for many of those kind of things in my past life, they are not inexpensive. And there's only one or two companies that in the area that really even provide that kind of service, and so they sort of have a monopoly. I agree basically with Lisa, and I agree with all the things that have been said from the different counselors up here, but I would say we made a commitment for January. Other people thought we were due in January, even though, we've come to this place. But I would love for us to make sure that next year we have a time, in 20 actually, that we have a time frame when we can show off the city, because the library will be done, something will be happening at Bay Park, the Axelrod's building should be up, the new high school should be at least part way, something, whatever. I'm just concerned about not following through on the commitment we've already made, and about the cost this year of doing something like that. It's either that or we just cancel January, don't do anything, and because July is going to be in the next biennium budget anyhow. So
sort of.
Well, it's the same biennium, but
same biennium, but the next budget, year. So
have we already started to receive RSVPs, or does that?
No, we haven't sent
that. We haven't sent anything out.
I held as soon as I sent the email to Lisa. So everything is on hold. We can pull this back. We have another use for the facility if we need to. So we actually had another contract we were going to do at Harmony. We can flip the contract so that the money doesn't go to waste, and we just pay for a different date. We really have done everything we can as soon as we heard loudly that this was important to you, to put everything on hold. We can do it with minimal embarrassment. But there won't be a replacement event. So there will just be no dinner in January because nobody wants to trade with us. Mm-hmm.
But other cities we had city cancel the last year.
Absolutely.
So I can't remember.
Yeah.
And
if we're going to do July then instead, then we'll do an event. Yeah, I don't know.
So here's the question I'd ask. First, let me point out a couple of things. The last two county city dinners that we've hosted have been among, if not the most well-attended county dinners that there have been since I've been on the city council. So we were doing well. Those were well attended for a couple of reasons. One, people felt like they were going to benefit either from what they heard or just from the opportunity to create a little bit of a relationship with legislators that weren't necessarily their legislators, which to me is the entire benefit of doing what we've been doing, is the opportunity to create relationships with state legislators who are not Karen and Kathleen. And it's been very useful. We punch above our weight in Salem. Not entirely because of these county dinners, but certainly that's no small part. So I don't see, I could take or leave this change to the housing conversation. I agree that we will have more to talk about and more to show in another year. I was perfectly happy with continuing to do what we were doing and had concepts around who we would invite to continue the advantage that we have been building by creating relationships with yet other new legislators. I don't see any advantage to the city to cancel the dinner. As a separate issue, the location of where we hold this dinner has been problematic since I've been on council. It has always been really problematic. One year we did it at Amadeus, and that was funky at best, and
it's now closed.
And very fortunately poorly attended. So we actually sort of fit in the room that we were assigned, even though the talk was actually really good. We don't, for whatever bizarre reason, in this city have significant public meeting space. We don't have a hotel, we don't have a motel, we're kind of a weird city. Cities a quarter our size have more stuff than we do. It's something we have to live with for the time being. We are doing our best to solve that. We're putting something in the library, we're changing our bay to be bigger. We've got other buildings, other entities coming into town. We're going to be annexing the very place that we are planning to have the meeting this year. I think it's a perfectly reasonable place to have a meeting to talk about that this college is about to come into our city. That's actually kind of an interesting thing. It's not perfect. I would much rather it was in our downtown or anywhere in our city. Bob's was pretty good, although a little funky too. It's something we've always struggled with. The space at Harmony Campus is a really good space. It's got great sound quality, it's got all the facilities you want, it's got tables, it's got great parking. The only downside to it, if it's a downside, is that it is not currently within the boundaries of the city of Milwaukee.
And there's no walking, there's nothing to showcase outside of the Harmony Camp, the college.
So the whole showcasing thing, other than ego, how does that benefit? What benefit is accrued by the city of Milwaukee by showing other cities something we're proud of?
Mark, I'm going to try not to be offended by what you just said. Sharing is not about ego. Sharing your priorities as your city, showcasing some of the things that you think are important enough to elevate to your top 3 goals for the last however many years that's not about ego.
Think about
it's not about my ego. When I said that I thought that those were good points, it has nothing to do with ego.
Let's take a specific
and it is
subject.
about
Let's talk about the park.
honoring the city and honoring all the work that we've done. It's not about ego.
But but what is the actual benefit accrued by the city?
Partly
we spent $1,000. What benefit did we accrue from that $1,000?
What benefit do we get at having it at any location? What benefit did we get at having it at Bob's?
it's not the benefit of having it at Bob's, other than perhaps that Bob's got more business. It was the benefit of creating relationships with legislators.
And we'll still do that.
I don't know about that. When Angel and I went to, was it Tualatin, Tigard, whatever, and they had Julie Parrish and Rob as the speakers, I mean, that was, and there was, what, 40, 50 people there? You know, it's a good crowd of people. But I can't necessarily say that that helped me strengthen my relationships with either of their local legislators.
No, but it helps Tualatin.
And so that's the benefit, you know, that we had. It wasn't a benefit of the others. And I personally, I think a lot of people came to our last couple of dinners because it was at Bob's Red Mill, and many people hadn't been there, and they heard about it, and they loved the idea. And, you know, I mean, I kept hearing that from tons and tons of people every year when we had that. And it was a great place to do that. I wish they were still available for that type of thing. And when it comes to doing something, so there's points on both sides here. When it comes to doing something outside the city limits, I mean, this Thursday night, we're having a housing forum at that same facility.
And then we're going to do our comp plan.
And it's okay. It's all right, you know, because they are going to be annexing in. If we can get that done quickly by January, they'll be annexed.
Well,
but
there's an educational component to that too. It's a very different event, so I don't know that that's a very
I know
good
that.
comparison.
I know it. I'm just saying that.
Having an educational seminar with experts who are talking to us about housing.
When I think back onto the various city dinners, the ones that I have remembered the most are where they're, like in Tualatin, we took the walk on the new trail behind what's that big sporting goods store over there? Yeah, you know, yeah. They showcased their trail. You know, when we went to Oregon City, they showcased their new library. You know. The other places where we, you know, I missed Lake Oswego, but apparently that was, you know, get out, wander, you know, see things. I think those are really important. I don't discount them as value any way, shape, or form, and I agree. It's not ego. It is, here are all these different cities trying to learn from each other, and so it's the same reason we go to LOC and listen to speakers from other cities and see videos about other cities. It's the same thing. There's no difference, except it's on site.
And I do think that I do think it could conceivably help us with fundraising for Milwaukee Bay Park. Not that Lake Oswego is going to give us money, but if we make the case and other cities feel like, oh, look what an opportunity they have here, then maybe it makes it easier for the county commission to help us find money. I mean, there's just incidental ways it could help us on Milwaukee Bay Park. And I think, you know, will they materialize? Who knows? But I mean, I think there's a chance if we focus on downtown and housing. I mean, there's just so much synergy in what's going on in downtown between the housing and the library and the park that it just seems to me a squandered opportunity.
Well, I wouldn't disagree with that, but I think it's a better opportunity for 2020. But
well, it's too late for the park in 2020. If we don't raise money this year, in 2019, it's going to be too late in 2020.
Yeah, but to showcase the various things, 2020 would be the better year.
Well, the library will be finished.
And at that, then we should, you know, we could not do a January and just wait until next year and, you know, put all of our efforts into that one event, because we'd still have additional expenses that we won't have if we go to some place where everything's provided. But I don't know.
So I'm going to bring us back to Angel's question, because I do actually, I need a decision about where we're going. And we have about 15 minutes until we have to extend the meeting, just so people know.
I thought this was going to be a short meeting tonight.
I warned you, Wilda.
I know you did. Yeah, I know you did. I'm tired. My voice is going away too again. So.
Would you like me to say what I hear? Would that help?
Clarify for us.
Okay, what I'm hearing is that I have a majority of the council who would like me to pull this event. They would like me to hold it at a different month, and if possible, to do it in July.
I didn't hear that. I heard
Yeah,
2-1.
Well, right now, I'm hearing 3. So if that's not the case, because I'm hearing Wilda saying, let's keep going and fix it in the future. I hear the mayor saying
Keep going,
stay.
what do you mean? Keep going?
Stick with January.
Stick with
Stick
January.
with January.
Okay.
Pull the council?
I would.
If I'm not hearing it correctly, let me know.
I'm fine with giving up January.
I think that's. Sorry, I didn't understand that. You're fine with giving up January? Can you?
Yeah, in the future.
In the
well,
future.
And, yeah,
No,
and
the question. So let's be
yeah.
really
but
clear
giving
about
up
the question.
January now
The
and
question
working
is,
towards doing something bigger
for
in front
this
of it.
year.
We're not doing that.
Are we having dinner in January or not? Let's start with that question. Are we having dinner? Are we having the Clackamas County City's dinner that Milwaukee hosts in January of this year? So, all those in favor of having the Clackamas County City's dinner in January, raise your hand.
Can I put mine up halfway? No.
How about
votes tonight.
I'm not in favor of it. However, I think at this point, that logistically, I think that just pragmatically, that's the way to go. So the
You
answer
don't think
is-
it's worth even exploring, pulling the plug
don't
on
have a lot of time
January
to
and
explore
well,
anything.
pulling the plug on January, but exploring a July option.
Just hold.
Well, we can't, I mean, the problem with pulling it in January and exploring the July option is that then I guess the question is, are we okay with simply canceling this year? Because that is the possibility.
That's
Well, that
equally
is the
likely.
possibility, but I think we
That's it.
could take, January, February to explore what the costs are and all of that.
But at that point, we've given
Absolutely.
up January.
Yes.
But
we've
then
given up
we would,
January.
then we are
That's right.
risking
Which you don't care
cancellation
about because you're not
entirely.
going to be here.
Well, not every city gets to host every year anyhow.
That's right.
And is it housing still? That's
That's a different question.
Okay.
Let's do one
Well-
question at a time.
Well, if we were doing in January and we were meeting legislators, and then I think that to me that's a little different than doing January and doing housing. I think partly the topic is going to matter as to who wants to show
That got
up.
changed by you all at the last meeting.
What, housing?
Yeah.
So it's housing.
No.
Well, that, I mean,
It was that I
It was
did
a
review.
change.
That I actually
Yeah.
did have, and it was too short, and I grant that, but it was a discussion with the council from the dais.
this was not a decision I made. This was a
So,
decision that we all
if it's
made.
January housing, I would vote no. But I also want to say that it's really more important than what Kathy would want in this position, because I'm not going to be there either, and I feel kind of
you
bad
get to vote.
voting.
You
because-
get to
Yeah, I thought you were going to be my
January
date.
1.
What's the deal?
You're in the seat for the rest of the month.
So,
Yeah, and
Do we
the
wanna
fact that
do
we'd have to
topics?
move it
No,
a
we can't
week
do
later. We'd have to move it a week later, right? January 31st,
We already
because
did.
the week before that, when we'll all be together anyhow as a city, as cities throughout, is League Day down at
That's why it was moved.
that's why it moved.
legislature.
That's why
Which
it
is
moved
another
from the date.
reason for not doing a legislative event in January, because LOC, we would have already been there.
And will you have an hour of drinking cocktails to have conversations with those legislators?
Close, yeah.
And we're going to make appointments and go over and visit with them.
I think you had that experience, and a handful of people had that experience. I never had that experience at these dinners.
What experience is
It's
that?
hard to, no, you get little clusters around people, and you could horn your way into it.
I don't go to, I don't.
I think you overestimate the value of that to people other than yourself.
Well, it's not like I'm
Sorry,
going
staff
down to
is starting to lose. We're not tracking.
We're so confused.
Okay, so repose the question again.
Do you want a January dinner?
No.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so no January dinner.
3-1.
Wait, no, I told you I didn't favor, but I was okay with going ahead logistically and practically speaking.
You got
Wilda.
that. Okay.
Wilda changed. So Wilda changed your vote, so now I'm.
Yeah,
at
so
a
we're not,
3-2.
okay.
We're not doing the dinner. So the rest of them don't matter right now, because we'll now go back to the drawing board. We'll come back to you probably in January with an update and some options. Well, we have to come back to this group with an update on what options we have. So it's January, February. We'll be back. Okay. Thank you. I appreciate it. I do have a couple more. I'll go fast. So I did receive a request to give you an update on the Electric Avenue that's happening out in the parking lot. That is the Electric Avenue. That's what they've been digging up the asphalt, and we're putting in all the conduit for putting in the new charging units. So that is happening right now. It should be live in the next couple months. They did find 2 dry wells that we've had to work around that were filled in, and like the old brick ones. So it's complicated matters a bit, but we are working on it and we are on track. I also had a request to talk very briefly about how we get updates to all of you. There's a lot of projects going on. I'm keeping most of you posted on one-on-ones, but I think that there's some desire to have those more publicly so that people are hearing more of what's going on. If we do all of those with staff reports, it adds a couple of hours every single time we do a staff report, and I'd really like to try and avoid that. So what I'm thinking of doing in the new year is adding like a half an hour slot once a month on the weeks we don't, or on the meetings we don't do the high school students, where I just have standing time, and whatever are the big issues that are the construction things that are people are seeing, I'll have those staff come in and just give you an update. This isn't to change direction on. We are now under contract for a lot of large projects. It's going to be really tempting to say add this or do that. Those are large change orders, so I can't do that, but I can bring you updates that we get out publicly at the start of meetings so that people will start seeing those, and I think that helps with some of that. Any concerns with that?
Don't we get most of that stuff on the community development report that we get from AMA? I mean,
some of it, but
I read
not
through
all
all
of it.
that.
We don't get SAFE, like SAFE in particular, like what's going on with the school projects and the building around the schools and stuff. We don't seem to get that.
Layla and I
And the
use
little details that you provide in those one-on-ones, I mean, that's not going to be captured in that kind of a report. But I think that, having that regular 30 minutes, that is where those things would fall.
Yeah, and it's not going to be perfect, but it is, Layla and I were talking about, it would have been really helpful for her to have a little bit of time just to say, okay, we've negotiated on the GMP, we are prepared to come on the 11th, here's what that's looking like for the library, this is what you can expect the time frame to look like for construction start, stuff like that, where the public's asking. We don't have a great mechanism for getting it out, but it's beyond the decision points, it's really now just executing on contracts, if that makes sense. So we will make those changes just so that we'll try it in the new year to make sure that we're getting information out. There's a lot going on. If it doesn't work for you, just call me and let me know your thoughts or concerns. The final one is, I'm going to be done. Those are the big ones I had to get through tonight. So thank you.
Thanks.
I'll get through it. Months.
Join experts and community members at the Free Housing Forum on Thursday, December 6th from 6 to 8 p.m. at the Clackamas Community College on Harmony Road. We will discuss the barriers and solutions to achieving equitable and affordable housing in Milwaukee. The city's free leaf drop events continue for city residents on December 8th and 15th from 7 a.m. to 2 p.m. at the Public Works Yard, located at 6101 Southeast Johnson Creek Boulevard. To participate, please bring along a utility bill as proof of residence. The community is invited to the Milwaukee Center on Saturday, December 8th from 9:30 a.m. to noon for their annual Winter Celebrations event, which is a celebration of holiday traditions from around the world. You can purchase a Christmas tree and help salmon at the North Clackamas Urban Watersheds Council tree sale on Saturday, December 8th from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. at the McLaughlin Plaza in Oak Grove. All proceeds benefit the work that local watershed councils do to protect and enhance local watersheds. The Milwaukee Museum will hold their annual Christmas at the Museum event on Saturday, December 8th from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. This open house event is free. Santa will be in attendance for the kids and light refreshments will be served. The fun in December continues on Saturday, December 15th. Join us for the Winter Solstice and Christmas Ships event at Milwaukee Bay Park from 4:30 to 7:30 p.m. Watch the Christmas ships fleet on the Willamette, warmed by several fires, purchase some food benefiting Llewellyn's summer concerts at the park, and enjoy an adult beverage at the beer store Milwaukee Beer Garden. Lastly, please keep in mind that City Hall, the Reading Library, and the city's Johnson Creek Boulevard building will be closed on Monday, December 24th for Christmas Eve and Tuesday, December 25th for Christmas Day. In addition, the Reading Library will close at 6 p.m. on Monday, December 31st for New Year's Eve, and City Hall, the Reading Library, and the city's Johnson Creek Boulevard building will be closed on Tuesday, January 1st for the New Year's Day. For more information about each of the events mentioned above, please visit the city's events calendar at www.milwaukeeoregon.gov.
I have one announcement, or one thing I want to be sure that the public knows about, and also City Council. So the North Clackamas Parks and Recreation District staff is going to be meeting with the Board of County Commissioners this Thursday I want to be sure I get the right time. Well, I know the time is in here, but I will get it for you. If you know the time, you can help me out with that, Ann. I don't see it in this. Anyhow, they're meeting with the Board of County Commissioners to talk about the District Advisory Board and also to talk about how to communicate with the NCPRD public, so the citizens. So the first most important thing is that there are going to be 2 community conversation meetings for district residents. So they'd like to have as many residents as possible come to share their thoughts, share their ideas, listen to what NCPRD staff has to say and ask questions and that type of thing, as well as NCPRD asking them questions and getting input back. So one of those meetings will be Monday, December 10th at 6:30 p.m. at Rose Villa Senior Living in Oak Grove. The other will be Wednesday, December 12th at 6:30 p.m. at Rock Creek Middle School in Happy Valley. They're going to be sending a letter to all district residents, letting them know about these community conversations and other kinds of things. It's part of their new overall plan to make sure they have ongoing and as concise as possible communication with all NCPRD residents. They're also going to be having information at the NCPRD facilities, the various parks, the aquatic parks, so on and so forth, to keep the community informed on what's going on. And their website, of course, will be continuously updated where you can submit questions and they'll be able to answer them and that type of thing. In addition, when staff meets with the Board of County Commissioners on Thursday, they're going to be talking about the reinstitution of the District Advisory Board, which is comprised of district residents. The city of Milwaukee is represented on that, as well as the unincorporated, and that would also include the unincorporated Happy Valley area. And they're going to talk about how that might be reformed in the future moving forward, depending on what happens with Happy Valley and whether or not they're in or out of the district. They expect that will probably be March or so, maybe, springtime sometime before they get that all taken care of. But I do want people to know that they are moving forward to that, and it would be, citizen represented again in the near future. So.
2 items. One, it's at 10 a.m. on Thursday. The second is that we are within a minute and a half of going over our time.
And we're done.
Okay,
I'm done.
I have one event that was missing from there, but I also wanted to give a kudos to Jason because I think this is awesome. And
thank you.
I saw it. I looked at it. I was watching in the last meeting because I phoned in, and so I was seeing it online, and it looks great. So Jason, nice job for Jason. Big event missing, though, is this Saturday, the 8th, along with many other events, is the plant salvage work party in Kronberg Park. So put on your mud gear and come out and help us save some of the native plants from the path of the new pathway. It'll be fun.
And it won't be raining.
30 seconds.
Is that it? Move to entertain a motion to adjourn.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
We're adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you.